One fold, two fold. Kita yung time.
Brightness.
Oh, yun, pwede pala. Three fold. Four fold. Five, raise, 32. Yeah. Six fold. Seven call. Kanina ba? Five? Nakalagay sa box. Okay, so seven call. Eight fold. Nine fold, heads up. Nine bet 22. Ay, 5 bet 22. 5 bet 22. 7 call. Yeah. check. 7 check. Five check. 7 check. Show cards. King high. 6. Small. Big blind. Ha? Ha? Ano ba? Nakita mo? King Jack. King Jack, di ba? King
All
Jack.
right. Good evening and welcome
King ano? King ano
to
daw?
the final table stream of yet another Metro Weekend Special 400K guaranteed.
Jack Hearts daw.
Final day, final table.
Hindi nabasa? Hindi nabasa? Ha? Sige, shuffle
Keep
ko
our
muna.
audio is good, not yet monitoring comments,
Okay,
but we
shuffle.
are watching the
Hindi
game right now.
nabasa.
26 minutes to go at this level. We had 307 entries. We are down to the final 9 as usual, and we'll get to know them as
Ano?
we go along. Start this new hand. Seat 1, we have Marion Ivan Carino Lato, 350K chips. Frederick Cruz in seat 2. John
Ano
Calderon
ba? Ng ano?
in the hoodie there in seat 398,000, one of the shorter stacks at the table. Dennis Reyes in
Two
seat
fold.
4. Japet Manalo in seat 5. Seat 6, John Philip Baider. Seat 7, Andrew Ramirez. The legend, Mark Pagsuyu in seat 8. And wow, Romel Angeles in seat 9 with close to 1 million
10 check.
chips. So these are our 9 players at this final table.
40.
Three
We join you in
erase.
the
Four
action
fold.
as John
Four fold.
has raised to 40,000. Blinds are 8,000, 16,000 with a 16,000 BB ante. So still a bit early, level 23. John has
Five
raised with the
fold.
pocket sevens. And Ipit, this is John Philip by there. Very tight player, veteran of these daily and weekly tourneys. He knows all the moves and all the situations, and this is an
6
interesting
fold.
one for him. I like that fold, and he likes it too, obviously. With players
7
left to
fold.
act, he will not get too involved with the pocket fives. But Rams got King Jack
7 fold.
of hearts. Ram is Andrew Ramirez. He just flat calls, which opens the door for Mark Pagsuyu here. Might
8
make a move on the
fold.
button, but also is getting good
9
odds to just
fold.
call. And he does so even though it's going to put him in the 10 BB range with his 170K behind. He's going to be set mining with one out because you see Ivan there's
Players.
folding one of the two sixes
Okay, ito be.
that Mark will
Okay,
need.
fold.
After the flop we go. The razor is John leading the way with pocket sevens.
Konti.
And it's a raggedy board, but there is an ace. Enough reason for everybody to maybe freeze up here. John has to bet into 2 players to see if he can do it.
Three.
Well, got
Bet.
to fire out there. The ace
Bet ten
does fit
thousand.
his range.
Yes.
It's getting quite
7 fold.
narrow there. Wow, Ram is going to float with king high and going to see if John can fire that second barrel. And Mark, of course, cannot stand the heat here with a bet and a call and an ace showing. He doesn't even have that draw
Fold. Heads
for the
up.
clubs or the straight, so he's out of the way. And now the question, of course, can John continue as his stack gets shorter? He is SPR basically half, SPR point 0.5 right now if he needs to make a move. If he wants to make a move, it's got to be for all his chips. Otherwise, it's going to be check and give up as Ram certainly is going to bet this turn. As soon as John checks, I mean, isn't that the plan? That's why Ram calls on the flop, is it not?
3 check.
Here's the check by John. Let's see if
7
Ram can
check.
follow through. It's a standard float, but he doesn't bet. Wow, why call in the flop there if you are not going to make a move on this turn? That was a very clean turn, too.
7 shot show.
Well, Ram's got a bet here. No, it just checked down. Peculiar call by Ram on the flop, and a golden opportunity on turn and river that he did not take. One bet away from taking that pot. As it stands, the sevens go to showdown. As you look at the chip counts, deck would be seat number 2, Deck Cruise, leading the way with 1.2 million chips.
16.
Players are playing for, you can barely see the payouts on the top left of your screen, but if you're watching a big device, you might be able to see they're playing for a 95,000 peso first place payout. It was 400K guaranteed, but the prize pool has ballooned a little bit to 460,000. Pay close to half a million. Action will start under the gun as we see Deck Cruise in the blinds. John just got away there
3
in
fold.
the previous hand.
4 fold. 5 fold.
A slew of folds
6
leading up to a
fold.
pair with a short stack. A tempting hand to raise, but not as a short stack. We're on to Mark with Queen Garbage, and we'll see what Mao's gonna do. Same type of garbage, Queen High, unsuited.
9 fold.
Goes in the muck. So it's a battle of the blinds, and we'll see if Ivan will set a tone here.
One fold. No color.
Well, it's a walk, and Deck Cruise comes away with getting his big blind and his ante back, plus the small blind 8,000. See the players needing to make a move down at the bottom of that little graphic.
Four
So
fold.
we got Dennis Wrist holding out right.
5 fold.
JP is Japet Percival Manalo. Let's see what Ipe does here. He's got more than 10 bigs.
6 fold.
Not really in a pre-flop
7
shoving mode
fold.
yet.
8 fold.
And now the sevens with Mao Angeles.
9 raise. 34. Yes.
Second in
34.
command as we sit.
1 fold.
Deck Cruise with a king 10 off in the small blind. You can only imagine he three bets this and or not at all, or doesn't play it at all.
Raise. 96 total.
Well, there is the re-raise. Deck is applying pressure on his fellow chip leader, taking advantage of that meta where you do not want to play the one player that can bust you. And Deck is hoping that's the page Mao is on. Because if he four bets here, it's going to be a bloated pot between two chip leaders. And neither of these gentlemen want that for sure. Mao senses something fishy. Deck either has the goods or he's just re-stealing. Cannot seem to pull the trigger on this re-raise. Flatting seems a bit weak, although he will have position. Spider sense is definitely tingling.
9 call.
But it's going to put the pressure on deck to
Drop.
follow through on this. It is now a 3-bet pot heading into the flop. Mal Angeles, the initial racer, has position.
Flop.
And there's flop ace queen 5. It fits both players' ranges well, actually. And it is a gut shot for deck. And that ace and queen
2 bet.
showing will
50
blow
bet.
jacks below out of this pot. And that's what he's hoping for. Pretty standard, small sized flop C bet here. Now Mao's hand has become a bluff. If he should call here to bet the turn,
10 seconds.
be very weak for him to flat a 3-bet and then give up to 1 C-bet.
9
But that's
fold.
what's going to happen. And great commitment to this by Deck Cruz. And now you see why it's the chip leader.
Turn.
Bit of a adventurous call from Mao there. As most flops will have at least 1 overcard, sometimes 3 overcards. Share the stream if you haven't done so already. Let's get more people into the sport that we love. And what better way than for them to watch final table action? This one is the weekend special 400k guaranteed final table. Also streaming on YouTube,
5
as we
fold.
know, but I'm monitoring your comments on the Facebook stream. And
6
that's
fold.
where I will stay.
16 fold.
Line is
7
16.
call.
And Ram has limped in
8
with King
fold.
8 of
9
diamonds.
fold.
I am now going to frown at the screen
1 fold.
like that, because that limp in is frowned upon from middle
2
position.
fold.
Frowned upon by myself and many other players watching, I'm sure. Can sense that it is asking for trouble because it's not a great hand. You want to play it strong. Give yourself 2 chances to win. I mean, if everyone folds, the big blind gets to see the flop for free. So why not raise and give the big blind an option to fold?
3 fold.
Ram's going to
Check.
find out soon enough.
Heads up. 4 check. Heads up.
I mean, it may work this time, but long term can't be profitable unless he is a post flop god.
4 check.
9-8-6. He's hit
7
the
check.
middle pin. Dennis checks with his random range, completely random range from the big blind. And now it is 6, 7, 8, 9 showing on the board. First player to bet will win.
4
Remember,
check.
we already saw Ram play King Jack
7 bet 25,000.
quite passively. Fortunately for him, he hits the river there, gives him a reason to bet, but he may get 0 value here because Dennis has invested nothing into this spot. So that is a long and arduous road to win the minimum for Ram, as he would have won the blinds and antes with a simple min raise pre-flop. Let's see if Ram can pick up the aggression once he sees the other players putting each other to the test. Still healthy stacks for most of the players. Only really Mark Pagsuyu in kind of driving to the emergency room right now, but not quite there yet.
8 fold.
Mark sitting on just under 11 big blinds, can still afford the fold. It is BB ante, so these players are not bleeding every hand. They get dealt for free.
1
Now Ivan's in the hijack, he sees an ace. Out 20 BB stack, he makes it 35k. Deck Cruz on the button with a superior hand. And here's a guy to watch. You want to watch how Deck plays. Yeah, especially if you're not
Two call.
a veteran to this game, if you're kind of casual or kind of new, it helps to watch players like Deck. But in that case, he's playing it quite
Fold.
cagey,
Four
just
fold.
flatting on the cutoff, creating a situation where JP might come along here. 19K to call, 110 in the pot, close to 6 to 1 in his money, but he
I fold.
refuses
Let's
to
go.
deal. It's going to be ace deuce of Ivan against the ace queen suited of Deck Cruz. Deck Cruz has position, but Ivan is the pre-flop
Ah,
raiser with
35.
initiative. And the flop will probably miss everybody, but it's a good miss for Deck Cruz as he picks up a gut shot. Look at
One.
that one
Check.
outer for Ivan. He cannot win except to make
Two check.
extraordinarily uncallable bets
Turn.
into this pot. It's a magical deuce on the turn. As Ivan, he can't know he's ahead. I mean, come on, there's a lot of pocket pairs in the calling range of Deck Cruz in the cutoff.
One bet.
He can't be sure the deuce is
42,000.
good. He's probably going to bet anyway with or without the deuce. Deck's got 5 outs. The ace is no longer an out as that is Ivan's kicker and he's hit it. He has outturned him. But still worth a call for Dex
Four
despite not
fold.
having a flush draw. He might perceive he has 15 outs, but he does not. And at 9 doesn't help anyone. But can Ivan bet for value here? Probably not. Can he check call to catch a bluff? He's got a bluff catching hand.
One
And
check.
Deck can take a showdown unimproved with ace queen here. He's got the best miss. So no need for him to bluff, but that is of course an option. You're willing to lose a few
Two
extra chips
bet.
to take
One
down
oh
this spot.
five.
Here's a move that Deck will recommend as he bets into the spot 105,000. And now it's time to make a hero call. Ivan look like a hero to you guys?
One fold.
Cannot. And well played by Deck. That's why you play in position and you don't give up at the first sign of aggression because sometimes players give up aggression. They give up initiative and you can take it away from them. A lot of people railing for Deck Cruz in the Facebook comment, Facebook chat. Keep it going. Let me go share this real quick.
Seven fold. Eight fold.
All right, back to the action here, or a lack of it, as we see that Mark's probably gonna has already folded 6 deuce, so it's down to Mao Angeles. See what he's got. Mao entered the final table with 954,000 chips,
Nine. Raise.
down a bit, having lost
33.
a 3-bet pot to the chip leader Deck Cruz, but he raises this one. His pocket threes, and Ivan's got ace jack. He has room for a re-raise. Can re-raise about a third of his stack if he wants. The safest place to fold, but it's also quite safe and profitable to shove over the top of this. Let's see what Ivan's gonna do. Oh, that's the sound of the shot clock expiring. So Ivan owes the dealer a time bank. That's a yellow card. Not a football yellow card.
One fold.
Oh, Ivan is taking the safest route. But Deck's not
Two
about
call.
safety. Deck Cruz is about exploitation. And he's looking to do that once again to Mau Angeles.
Three fold. Four
By
fold.
calling in position, he's going to use
Five.
every
Fold.
perceivable advantage. Well, what a time to have pocket kings for Ipe. as he gets to sandwich two players. Now it's just a question of all of it or some of it. How much is he going to re-raise here? Very nice squeeze opportunity, even without the kings. Think about squeezing these types of setups. Whenever you have a
Six
raiser
re-raise,
and a
110.
caller and you're in the blinds, you can think about re-raising with or without the kings. Pair has said, let's see if you can call some of my stack now and some of it later. No, cannot call here with deck lurking behind
10
him.
seconds.
Also, Ipe's image is super solid,
9
and they can
fold.
probably know that he's
2
doing
fold.
this
No caller.
with a very strong hand. And sometimes that's a drawback when your image is too solid.
Small
And
bet.
later, we're going to see Ipe take advantage of that. I'm sure he'll make the same move with some funky hand when the opportunity presents itself. For now, he's content to move up to the midfield, 22 BB stack, 350 KHA. The average stack you can see is 511,000. Most of the players are below that
Small bit.
average, thanks to deck crews having the lion's share of the chips
6
here
minutes
at
pa.
this final table.
Small. Beba na yung seat 2 ah.
Weekend special. Still a 3-day event.
Yeah.
Start on Friday. And we'll have another one next week, of course. Another weekend special 400K
Hey.
guaranteed July
Raise.
25,
36.
27. But in this edition, Mark
9
has
fold.
finally raised Mark Bagsuyin coming in from under the gun. Decent hand. It's a
9
Broadway type
fold.
hand. Starting to hijack. Not a great hand. Lines are about to go up to 10K, 20K, and that's why we are going to be losing some of those low denomination chips.
3 fold.
Mark's image, of course, also rock solid. To anyone who's ever played at the Metro, yeah, no, Mark doesn't
4
mess
fold.
around.
5 fold.
And they folded all the way to a pit.
6 fold. No caller. Change dealer bit.
Ram
Huh?
folds his big blind. Mark takes the pot.
Change dealer. Huh?
As we have this
Change dealer
dealer
na.
change, let's just go back to talking about the weekend special, which will happen again on July 25, this coming Friday. Buy-in is 1,650, multiple re-entries as much as you like. Starting stack is 15,000. Blind level is 30 minutes. So usually Fridays are day 1A. They start at 3 p.m. Saturdays play day 1B and day 1C, two flights. A 2 p.m. normal flight and a 7 p.m. turbo flight. And then they all go to day 2, which is Sunday, and play all the way to the final table, which is what we see here right now. Right, so that happens pretty much every week at the Metro Card Club in Pasig.
Anong wala? 9. Wait. Nine
New deal, and we got Paris float around. Deck's not at his feet. Goes to John with an ace, 8 off. See the shot clock there. 20 seconds to act. 30-second shot.
Three raise 32. 4 fold. 3 2.
C3. That's John has raised to 32,000. Oh,
4 4.
hello. JP's got a re-raising hand here. Once again, same options as if I had earlier. Some of it or all of it. But definitely this gotta be mostly a
I
re-raising
fold.
hand. So players all in, and don't blame him. That's a fair move in that spot with that hand.
Six fold. Seven
Gonna
fold.
prevent players on his left from making funky
Huh?
plays
Okay, now.
and can win the pot outright.
This
Mark you in with a hand that can't call one shove, much less call it with a possibility of going up against two players. So he gets rid of that. And for John, nice try, but the shot is too long to make. Just tanking for dignity as he inevitably should be folding.
fold.
Right, so we go between hands. Hey, special shout out to Sunil Karamchandani. Cax, welcome to the stream. Hope you hear this shout out and that you're still watching. Uh, Kino Yao, special shout out to you as well. Welcome to the stream. Glad you could click into it. And our other Regs and Vets now watching the stream, including Rolly Rules and Jano Alvarez. Welcome to the stream. You're watching the Metro Card Club Weekend Special Final Table. 400K guaranteed and 9 players left. Where we started with over 300. We are down to the final 9 and we join the action under the gun.
One, two, fold.
Ivan going to give up that hand. Looks good, but not good enough for him to enter the pot with. This hand doesn't even look good.
Three fold.
That hand looks like a foot. Then it's got ace-5 of hearts in the early middle position. Got a bit of a healthy stack. Blinds are at 816.
34.
So Dennis will venture with a raise and he opens for
Five fold.
34,000. A little bit over the big blind. Pretty much a minimum raise, but it's going to get the job done so far. As it's folded to the small blind, Mark Pagsuyuin cannot make that call, but Mao can make this. Can he defend with Queen Chan offsuit? Certainly, yes. He outchips his opponent. Problem is he will not have position, but still a good enough hand to at least call here, and that is what he does. We're going to see a
Nine
flop
fold.
heads up between Dennis and Mao. Dennis is the initial raiser and has position. Up to the flop we go. First
Nine
3
seven.
cards. Players will try to fit into this flop. King 9, 3, 2 clubs on the board. It's a gut shot for Mao. A jack will give him a straight. For Dennis, it's just ace high. Just ace high, but
Four
still a better
bet.
hand than what Mao has right now. Well, Mao has checked. That went check call really fast. Dennis bets 40K. Mao calls, and he did not hit his gut shot, but he does hit his queen, which will be good enough for Mao to continue, and he's also in the lead now. Let's see.
Eight
He
bet.
checks again and see if Dennis can fire one more bet. Realized, wow, it went from good to great as Mao has rivered a straight. Of course, it's
Nine bet.
uncallable. He's going to try to get paid here, but Dennis has really no hand to look up Mao with. 1 card straight showing on the board and a 3 club flush showing. So Mao successfully defends his big blind and takes that pot away from Dennis. Shout out to Ethan Tambal.
120 blind bet.
Glad of you to join us. And of course, Jeff Franco also just coming in. And good evening to you, Lemore. You should be at the final table, but good to see you in the chat, sir. Lemore, one of the more frequent players you're gonna see at these Metro Final
Reserve,
Table streams.
lobat. Yung phone.
Let's go
Lobat.
Team Pro right there.
Timer, lobat.
All right, the blinds are up. Players are now going to pay 10,000, 20,000 with a 20,000 chip big blind.
Fold.
Action starts with Deku. Opens up with a fold. John still has garbage. It got even worse than last time. Unthinkable, but true.
Fold. Four fold.
JP with a sweet pocket pair right down the middle. Old schoolers call them the snowmen. If you like numerology, it's a lucky number right there.
Five raise. 45 total.
Still a good hand in any language or culture. So JP's gonna raise this one. Makes it 45,000 to call.
7 block. 8 fold.
Nobody sees anything worth calling except for Mao, who's got ace six of diamonds, suited ace. It doesn't connect, but it's still a pretty good hand to defend with. Only problem is, do you just call or do you raise?
9
He
fold.
decides to just call. Ivan, can he come along with this unsuited two-gapper? Ain't pretty,
1
and that's
fold.
why he's out of the hand. So, the suited ace of Mao Angeles defending against the race of JP from middle position with a pocket eights.
Naglag na ba? 9 check.
Five, Jack, seven. Nobody has anything. Not enough diamonds for Mao to really be interested here. It's all runner, runner outs for him. Runner, runner, diamond, runner, runner, straight. JP's blocking the eight, but Mao is going to float from out of position. Checks and calls here. Interesting.
9
JP, of course, can play for the showdown by checking behind here or making one more small bet. As Mao checks yet again. I like another small bet here. A lot of hands will float that flop. Heart flush draws, combos with straights, hits on a seven. So there is some value and some bluff in betting here.
5 bet. 70.
70K is a bet. I like it because even if Mao calls and he messes, the river will go check, check, and JP gets the showdown at a low price, befitting the strength of his hand.
Gagawa mo, Jun.
No more running outs for Mao here. He needs to hit that ace. He can't run diamonds anymore. He's not running a straight.
3 fold.
So he's out. Well played by JP. Nice little game. 115,000 to his name.
Isiyan mo lang daw. Nagpa-out nga
Welcome
agad.
some new players,
Nagpa-out nga agad eh.
viewers to the stream. First of all, shout out sa mga Tugegaraw. Mga taga Tugegaraw na nagpo-poker ngayon. Really? Where in Tugegaraw? That's a long trip, man. But shout out to you guys from Jeff Franco. How much blinds in the cash game? Usually, there would be a 20-40 PLO game that will blow your socks off. If you like Omaha, you gotta get in that game. And there will always be some 10-20s and 25-50s and 50-100 Hold'em cash games going on at the Metro Card Club.
300,000.
All right, back to the action.
Three fold. 4 fold.
Yeah, not a great hand to open with, but this one is, eh, it's it's okay. With ace 10 offsuit coming off a win. JP might want to do a little heat check here. And he's got the ace 10 to back him up. Raise it to 45,000. Well, if you're new to watching these streams, the white chips are 5,000. The gray ones
6 7
are
fold.
10,000. And I believe the blue ones are singles, 1,000 each. Right, so it's folded all the way to the big blind, which is Deck Cruz, who can do anything. 25K to call, massive chip lead over the raising player. At least going to call. Yes, he defends with the unknown hand from the big blind. So watching we were watching this hand from the POV of JP as we know what we've got, but we don't know what the opponent's got. That cruise checks the 4-8 deuce rainbow flop.
We'll check. Turn.
JP checks behind, and he can bet on this king unless deck beats him to it.
We'll check.
Equity off table check. For JP, it's time to fire one. King hits your range. Your opponent has checked to you twice, signifying nothing. You can win with a bet here or by spiking something on the river.
Bet 45. 4-5. We'll fold. Sir Jess, change deck now.
Success for JP. That's you just bet to win. You don't bet, you don't win. Royalty in the chat. Shout out to Putoy. Sorry that Earl Dale Rivera is watching with us. And we've got Juan Luis Calderon railing for John Calderon. No surprise there. Welcome to the stream and good luck to your player of choice, or in this case, possibly relative. Father, brother, cousin, sister?
Ang nag-cute. Ano na lang? Mamaya na, okay lang. Kaya naman. Maba, hindi lang mabilis yung ano. Or fold.
Not much to start with for Dennis. Well, this would be the third hand he's raised pre-flop. If he does so, he's going to look like a maniac. As JP looks down at yet another ace in his hand, but this is weaker and weaker.
5 fold.
So he'll give it a rest. Yeah, that is the sound of blind levels raising on a side event that's probably happening right now.
Six raise, 40 total. 7 fold. 4-0. 7-8
So if
fold.
Best found a decent hand, it's going to open to 40,000.
1-2 fold.
And this will be resistance coming from John as he looks down at pocket nines.
200 plus 1.
Gotta size up Ipes stack. John has the shorter stack. I like shoving here, I really do. Might be a missed opportunity to take a flop and then fold to when you see an overcard. Option you can 3-bet to 110,000. But he opens up the risk of being outplayed post flop. So I really like a shove here. Let's see what John likes. The voices in his head saying all in, all in, all in. Let's see if he listens to those voices. He's taking this long because he knows what the optimal play is. And it's one thing to know you have to go all in. It's another thing to actually do it. Sometimes you need to work up the courage. There you go. John making the move. And insta fold for Ipet. Nice takedown for John. Minimal risk. Still in the midfield. is John with 16 bigs. Right around the same as Ipet.
Solid pala ako, Paul. Hindi mo ko call yun pag
Oh,
call ka, pag nag-loading ako.
Ray Corpus says, shout out to Daddy Boy. Wo Shang.
Come on, loosen up, guys.
Love you,
Nakikita ko yung mukha niyo
Mama.
lungkot. Parang hindi
Mama
kayo
Ella.
happy.
And my daughter Daniela. That's from Ray Corpus.
Sweet, ano?
Mama Ella and Daniela, shout out to you. Best of health and have a great evening. Also, good evening to June Mondalo,
Hi
who has
po.
joined us in the chat. You're all watching the Metro Weekend Special 400K guaranteed final table,
Code.
streaming to you from the Metro Card Club in Pasig City, Metro Manila, Philippines.
8 code.
Oh, what is this? Ram has opened with another limp of a suited hand. This is beginning to be a telegraph station.
45 po.
If Ram does not start changing pace and making those limps raises instead. Mao has raised it to 45,000, and now for Ivan, interesting. Holding the pocket force, deck is not far behind, so here it is. I mean, Ram limp 20K. He's certainly calling 25. He wants to see a flop with a suited one gapper. I mean, that's the whole point. My only argument against limp calling this
3-4 code.
is that he can just open for 40,000 and see the flop anyway.
7 call.
Namimiss ko kay, ano, namimiss
Would have cost him less.
Paul yung
So, guys, if you're gonna limp call to see a flop, figure out what price you're willing to pay and raise that instead.
7 check.
Wow, flop full house for Mao Angeles. Now he's got a problem.
Both
Problem is, how am I gonna get called here? I hope the guy has a jack. He does not. Check it behind. Mao's gonna try to get the guy to catch up, and he does by hitting the bottom pair. Rams also got a gut shot. Well, second check this time. Mao's got a bet. 140 in the pot. He wants to get called. Puts 45 out there. You know what? It's callable because if I'm sitting in Ram's seat, I don't know the guy's got a full house.
river.
Could have ace king. That's not really trouble because the 9 just counterfeits the 7, so now Ram's sitting on a pair of 9s, pair of jacks with a 10 kicker. Good enough to check call if Mao makes the bet small enough. Alright, straight showing on the board though. It's gonna be hard to get called here. Mao's gonna hope the guy's got an 8 or a jack. Or 2 9s. Looking at 100,000, maybe 110.
call.
Call.
Wow. That's right.
Wala.
Sometimes they just think you have ace king, and that is why Ram has managed to check call himself into value town as Mao had gotten his full house on the flop and got it paid. A little bit. A very dangerous game that Ram was playing there with 7-9 of clubs out of position, unraised. Not raising. The only good thing is he gets to fold this hand and nobody has to see it. But we saw it, but ask the caller in that river bet, as soon as Mao shows the full house, Ram can muck his hand. So nobody has to know. Question is, can Ram keep taking hits like this? Yeah, it's under the gun. Not gonna play this.
6 call.
Ram with pocket sixes. Now you're in a spot where you have to raise. I hope he raises.
6-0.
But if he gets 3-bet, he's gonna have a bit of an issue. So let's see what happens. He's raised to the 60,000. That's 3 times the big blind.
9 call.
This might get folded all the way. John on the dealer button. That stack is not big enough to get on this little roller coaster ride. Can't really flat call with King 9 offsuit. So John gives it up. And we'll come down to JP the big blind. And it's a nice little rebate for Ram as he takes this one down uncontested. Couple more shout outs. Shout out to two very good friends of mine from different places, but who probably have met. Randy Sireneo, Otalabi, welcome to the stream. And parang Edward de Lima, Iwat, basketball legend from our island of Cagbalite. Shout out to you and shout out to Jasper. Good luck, he says, to Mau Angeles. Since you just got here, I will tell you again, you're watching the final table. Last 9 players of the 400,000 guaranteed weekend special. The game is Texas Hold'em, and the tournament is being played from the Metro Card Club in Pasig. Wow. Ram is back at it from under the gun. Limpy McLimperson with King 5 of hearts, and Mao is going to raise it up to 45,000. If if you ever rewatch this stream, I will leave you this one thing to consider: make all your limps raises the next time around. But for now, let's see how this works out. That Cruz flatting with pocket threes, going to be set mining there. Ooh, nice hand to squeeze with if John could find the cojones to do it. Dead money in the middle, 20K, 45K, 45K, 160 total. No, can't pull the squeeze trigger. Instead, gives up. Now Dennis can put in the squeeze. Easy money. Just point and shoot. $2.10 in the hole. Probably ahead of the callers. Ahead of deck, ahead of the limper. Really a matter of what does Mao have. So he makes his 3-bet 120,000. Maybe big enough to take the pot down. But if he gets contested, he can always play the flop.
6 fold, 7 all in, 9 fold.
Wow, Ramis just lip shoved King 5 of hearts like it was aces in 2004. That's what he's trying to represent. Let's see if Dennis is a believer. Ram saw the dead money and went for it.
341, tama?
It's big enough to hurt Dennis. So this can work, except Dennis is 220 to call. Would be so weak to lay down the tens in this spot, but let this be a lesson to those watching. If you want to avoid this spot that Dennis is in, next time when you squeeze, just squeeze for all your chips. Then you don't have to ever be forced into making a mistake here. Be a mistake for Dennis to fold, but that's certainly something he needs to think about. It's going to be tough. Not an auto call. Jack, queens, kings, or aces. This could work just because of the stack sizes. But Dennis is making the call. He's figured there's garbage or ace king, some of those in the range, and of course some of the big hands in the range. He's made the correct call. Now Ram needs to spike a king. Dennis hasn't covered. Ram is all in. Andrew Ramirez all in for this tournament life with King 5 of hearts. Let's see if the board will cooperate as he needs to catch up. And Have a king outright on the flop and have Dennis drawings in. Let's see how it unfolds right now.
Good luck.
9-5. It's clean,
Flop.
and Dennis is still ahead. Not so clean. I mean, Ram did spike to 5, gives him extra outs.
Turn,
Jack does
Jack
not
of
help.
Diamonds,
Couple of kings
going
and a 5
5
in the
for
deck can help Ram.
elimination.
Otherwise, he
And
is
the
out of
river,
here.
Ace
Boom!
King of Diamonds.
River
Happy
delivers,
ended, it's
and
2
Andrew
pair.
Ramirez doubles up.
And a double.
Talk about making the wrong play at the right time, was bluffing, got caught, but caught the river anyway, and now he is up to 800,000. Big hit taken by Dennis here, making the right call, but not working out for him. That's poker.
21.
Isa pa, isa pa. Isa pa. Hindi ko maikot kasi lagi akong talo talaga sa kanya. Natulog yan sa akin. Wow.
Magandang gabi,
Kaya hindi ako makasunod.
Governor Gilbert Bautista, a true rounder of the tournament circuit from south to north,
Talo ko na sa'yo, lagi akong talo sa kanya. Kaya hindi ko
and I
maikot
hope you
talaga sa kanya.
enjoyed that
Kasi lagi
particular
siyang
hand,
ulit na wala.
along with the rest of us.
Nangyayari na naman.
And the big blind. Hit 5 yung bottom.
What a dirty river that was to Dennis. As we soldier on with 9 players still remaining. The table processes what they just saw. We see some folds. Ivan, one of the shorter stacks at the table. Let's see what Dennis gets. It's always interesting to see, like, after a player suffers a bad beat, and then very next hand, it's always interesting to see what he does.
3-4.
Well, that's textbook for Dennis with garbage. Not going to do anything there. JP's on the button with pocket fours. Japet, JP's been doing very well at this final table.
5 raise, 45
He
total.
might have won every pot he entered. He raised to 45,000. That's in a small blind with his hand that can re-raise sometimes. Very rarely can you call here. That's a small blind. And that time card means a pair is considering a raise. Probably has to raise everything if he must.
6
So
figures.
he opts to fold instead, and so just a big blind and end of the hand. JP gains another 50,000. As we see the chip counts here, let me go step away for a minute to get a drink. And you guys should also get your drinks up. This is going to be a long grind. Get your 6 packs ready. And we can shout out to Alat Kong, who's joined us in the stream, and Vic Pena. Idol na sa poker, idol na sa basketball, idol din sa tunay na buhay. Good evening to you. Yes, mag-isa tayo tonight. Buti sinasamahan niyo ako. And as we get to this next hand, I will step away for a drink. BRB.
One fold.
players returning to your seats.
Seat 2 raise 45. Three fold, four fold. Saan mo kanina? Ah, nine. Five fold. Ah, okay.
Blind turn of 2,000 to try to add to the 4,000. The players, dealers, casualties.
Right, we're back, and here's the situation.
Six call. Seven
Deck is
fold.
raised with an ace to 45,000. It pairs flat calls on the button with king queen suited. Small blinds out of the way, and Mark hugs you in Fisherman Mark. If he had an ace, he might consider squeezing for all his chips. But he doesn't have an ace. Instead, what he has is good odds to call. 25k, try to win 165. If he so much as hits this flop, that 105 is going in. That is nowhere near, but it's a great flop for a bet. Two overs and the second nut flush draw for deck top pair top kicker. There should be action between deck and Ipen. Mark will be getting out of the way shortly. Let's watch this unfold.
80 po, 80. 80.
That is a golden flop. SPR is one. Ipen, most players go for it, but Ipen's a different animal. We've seen 3D players fold this kind of 15 outer because they're playing for a higher price pool. They're trying to ladder
30
up.
seconds.
So let's see. Is it play aggressively and try to amass chips now on a big draw? If Beck calls this, he's calling too much. So that's the move. All in. I think perfect size. Mark can get away. Can Deck get away from top pair, top kicker? Very plausible. If Beck called him with sevens and over.
8 fold.
So,
Total kailangan.
well, I think Deck has to call. 135k to call. 460 in the pot. He is facing. He knows he's facing a lot of spade draws in the range of Ipe, but can also be facing bigger made pairs like sevens and higher.
205 fold.
Ace three of spades also in the mix.
Ah, 215. Sorry, it's only.
215.
215.
135 to call for Deck Cruz to try to bust John Philip Bider. Very vulnerable hand. But he is actually ahead right now. Big situation where he's ahead, but he's not a favorite. He's ahead having a pair if the showdown was right now. But because with two cards to come, he's not a favorite to win by the end. So that is always one of the more interesting things in these situations. Lamang pero hindi llamado. Well, he makes the call,
Call.
and he's got to play dodgeball as we have a turn in river to come. 11 outs,
Taking
twice
out
for
all
Ipe.
situation on the flop.
Two shots to hit one of these 11 outs you can see at the top of your screen.
Ace of spades.
Tournament life on the
25
line
casualties
for
all in.
Ipe.
First tournament life. King, queen of spades, flush draw. Followed by deck cruise.
A lot of outs.
Ace six of clubs, top ace six, top pair. Let's see the circle.
Here we go. Bang! Just like that, it is the nuts. But it's also an ace for Deck. He now has three outs to a full house. But Ipe is no longer at risk.
On the river,
90-10 favorite. Yep.
river, four
Yeah,
of
just
spades.
eating it up there.
All
Ipe
out,
doubles
zero
up.
blinder.
Ang hirap out.
What a sweat card, though. Did not need to hit the ace of spades, but just more drama for us to enjoy. Head doubles up. And for the second time tonight at this final table, we saw the superior hand melt by the river, and the short stack doubles up. So we still have 9 players left in this weekend special final table. Shout out to Miss Lovely Kayunda of Teresa Rizal from Cesar Fabra.
Bigay ba?
People railing, more people in the chat railing for John Calderon
Mukha siya na isang queen. Nasa akin yung queen.
in seat 3, the blue hoodie.
Suited queen.
Tatlo yung spade ko eh. Nagtanga ako. Ba't naging spade tsaka spade ko yun?
Sa akin naman, misty siya, mapula, naka-lipstick.
Ay, nakorn. Eh, ikaw
Andito
ako,
na,
ang
oh.
dami oh.
Ay, di.
Tinira mo yung winning streak ko ah.
Medyo konti. Good call ka naman. Kaya lang talagang ang dami yan.
Dami lang out.
Got an early position.
Naman, ganun na.
Nilibre ka
Ace
mamaya.
Queen off. Big hand.
Starbucks yan.
Malabo talaga ito. Okay,
Magpapalit tayo ng
ang hirap
Starbucks.
patay.
John hasn't composed his raise, but he's definitely going to raise.
Ano yung masasabi ni Abalia?
Three all in.
Ano masasabi ni Abalia? Hindi ko alam eh. Hindi na naman niya babalikan yun. Oo, di ba, Kuya Mark?
Well, all in outright, which is probably the safer play.
Hindi niya alam eh, pero sa basura.
Ah, my Dennis. Very tempting. Call and get it over with, or fold and wait for a better spot. If it was folded to him, he would have gone all in with his hand, but instead he's facing a bet already. It's a little different.
Ano pa yan?
Ako muna ito dyan.
Okay, four all in.
Ayun nga ngayon, di ko maipanalo eh.
Biyang na lang.
Well, he couldn't win with a 10, so he's going to try to win with King Queen, but he's going to find out it's dominated.
Fold. 7 fold.
All in on the call pre-flop. Everyone gets out the way. Mark Pagsuyu in with ace queen offsuit.
8 fold.
This is a veteran. He can say no. Gotta respect the discipline and the recognition by Mark Pagsuyu in
Ako sa baranan pero ahead ka.
holding that hand.
Naingit lang ako dito. Nakita mo.
Saan yung ano ko button? Ayun, Oliver.
Then it's saying only reason he calls is he saw a pet double up with a king queen of spades, so maybe he deserves to do the same. The hand, the player at risk, king queen of spades. He is dominated.
Seal flop.
Whoop!
Flop two.
And seven,
Instead of
eight on the board.
diamonds.
That is what the doctor ordered for Dennis. Will it be a spade on the turn?
Card.
It's a king.
Just like that, but it's not over because John has the nut draw. If another spade comes, it'll be a goodbye for Dennis.
Got the wrong.
But a red card or a club, and it will be double up. Double up for Dennis Reyes with a king, queen of spades. The very same hand that he had just doubled up in back-to-back double ups for the players holding king, queen of spades. Could be the hand of the night so far.
Naingit kasi ako. Nakita ko.
That's a heat check. They heat check the hand, not the player. But quite a shakeup. That Cruz took a hit. Mao got back what he lost. Ram doubled up. Iper doubled up. Dennis doubled up. Nobody busted.
Level 16 tayo nagsimula.
Dalawang level.
Ay, nagmamakalahok.
Dalawang level.
Oh, it's now level
Ano, marami namang
25.
bumababa ng
Blinds have
bata.
gone up
Hindi naman yung
to
Paul na kumuha ng
10,000,
matatandang edad.
25,000. 25,000 BB ante,
Ang tagal nga ng ano eh, biro mo,
which
umabot
means
ng
the short stacks
25,000
got
yung ano,
much
yung
shorter.
Literal?
hindi, yung
Talking
blind.
to you, Mark Pagsuyuin.
Bagal nila maglaro doon sa mesa nila.
Ah, yung behind lang nanalo ang boto.
Again, the hand that was behind has won. We've seen it. We've seen three hands all in, and in each one, the hand that was behind had won the pot. Action is folded to Dennis, who will take a break after doubling up.
Baka mamaya mamali ako. Tsaka ano, wala pang last peso dahil
Yung kailangan gagawin mo. Lalaki nung aso.
Six fold.
Graham is in the cutoff with ace four offsuit,
Seven fold.
and Limpy McLimperston is back in the building. He limps in for 25,000. At least he's consistent. Certainly a strategy there. I think Mark has to go for it here. Might not see an ace for ages, and this is the minimum. Just one limper in front of him who can't have much better than ace eight of diamonds. So Mark, Fisherman Mark makes a bold but ultimately the best play available to him.
Nine
Ace eight of
fold.
diamonds in the dealer button. He's all in for 95,000. A lot of ace gonna go into muck.
One fold.
Ivan cannot call. It's gonna go down to Ram, who absolutely must call here. 70,000 to see five cards, but
No fold.
Finer Senses did him well. He folded. Curious. And he's willing to limp it for 25,000, but he had to respect the range as much.
Patalo na, wala na ako.
So Ram gets away from what would have been a
awat-awat pa ako
pretty
eh.
bad spot.
Pero fold ko ace queen. Ace queen mo. Dalawang pula. Kaya napapagano ako pagkalabas ng flash. Out sana ako.
Good voice of
Shoutout
Fisherman
ko
Mark.
nga yung mga audience eh. Sabi ko nag-fold ako ng ace queen.
Yep, talking about his stellar fold of that ace queen, facing a heavy action pre-flop. The hand he would have busted in, a lesser player might have busted in, but not Mark. Oh, I got, excuse me, I've got a nasty cold. The action's going to be been quite heated. Watching the Metro Weekend Special final table.
Six fold.
Still 9 players remain. Sherman Mark still the short stack, but his stock has improved, but his hand is not.
Eight fold.
Well, Angel has folded him on the dealer button.
Nine.
Got ace 9 offsuit,
55.
makes it 55,000.
5,000.
Put a little sauce on that race. Ivan is steadily dwindling. This might be the shot he wants to take. Man, looking at a dead man's hand right there.
All in. Hit one all in.
Ivan is all in for 160 and change. 133,000, my bad. An amount Mao must call 55,000 in a pot of 238. Get to see five guards.
Call, call.
He is going to call,
Call, call.
and
As
It's 9.
he's going to see that he dominates Ivan. But the kickers are low enough
50% chop.
that there is a lot of
Graham
chop.
will be calling on the small blind, ace eight offsuit,
A lot
followed
of
by
chops in the works.
1-5. Ace nine of suited.
So Ivan is at
Pinipili
risk,
ko.
but not seriously
Puso pa rin lahat eh.
critically at risk yet.
Puso pa rin.
Depends on whether or not how many high cards there are.
Flop
Boom! In
suited
fact, he is
hearts
ahead
of
with
diamonds,
top
10 of
bottom pair.
hearts.
Once again, the hand
Ace
that is
pair.
inferior hits the
Let's see
board
the
in a
river.
superior fashion. And now he's
Five of
one card away
diamonds
from doubling up.
and river.
Four lines.
Ivan
River,
has
two of
done it.
hearts and another no
Double
hearts.
up for Ivan Lato at the expense of Paul Anglet. Once again, that is the trend at this final table. Worst hand wins.
1,000 outs.
We've seen it 4 or 5 times so far.
Ano napapakawalan yung
The better hand has not held up yet tonight.
Yung final table na to, walang yung baon.
Okay, what are we watching here? Uh, 4 or 5 times that the player is all in with the worst hand and his tournament life on the line. Player in danger of busting also has the worst hand, and each time he's gotten away and doubled up.
malamang matalo.
So still 9 players out of the
Ako talaga eh.
307
Kasi hindi ako nag-o-order.
playing at this final table white weekend special.
Wala pa naman.
Coming to you live from the Metro Card Club.
Pagkatapos ng break eh. Marami na mangyayari.
Five. Four, four, five, four.
Monster ad for a bit.
Seven call.
Man's got pocket fours. He limped in. The balanced strategy, I guess. Fisherman Mark with the suited ace. Ace 5, short stack. Only calling. And Mao's gonna come along with his suited garbage hand. Somebody's gotta squeeze all this dead money out.
One fold.
Who's it gonna be? I nominate Deck Cruz. Instead, Deck is gonna try to come along. And it's gonna be down to John. This is a multi-way pot unraised.
Ito yung best time.
Recipe for disaster. Can't have a better price than 3.
Let it slip away.
Because the big blind just needs to knock the table to see the flop. But John might have other ideas. Let's see. Kings to the spade, kings to the spades. Take a free look. Hex 5-way, 5 players are gonna see this flop. 5, yeah, said that right. Oh, 8, 9, 10, a flop flush for John.
One check.
Second nut flush. Deck has mid pair open ender, but no flush draw. He checks that. Like to see John check for value. He's got a gut shot to a straight flush as well. Bet for value. Ram's got under pairs inferior flush draw. Mark and Mao should be holding out of his hand. 40,000.
Seven fold.
Let's see if Deck can get away from this. Top end of the open ender. Middle pair is good for at least maybe one call, but John's only got 89,000 left. If Deck's gonna play this, it's gonna be for everything.
Need two call. Hand card. Oh, hands up.
Tres.
Two check.
Well, Deck's played it slowly. He's checked again. He's missed his draw. John still has a flush, trying to get more value. Ram would have had a bottom set. That's all in. Why not? 89,000 left. Tough spot for deck. Can you really fold?
89.
He's beating so many single spade draws, not beating top pair hands, beating other open enders. The problem is he doesn't have a spade in his hand. Can't get away from this. Taking hit after hit.
Tapos sa start.
And this is the disaster we're talking about. Why is this happening? Because nobody raised pre-flop. That's why this is happening. That's why King Six of Spades flopped a flush from the big blind. Let this be a lesson to anyone wanting to enter an unraised spot. These things happen. Drawing dead. I mean, what better spot? You got a guy calling you, drawing dead.
Huwag mo na alam. Drawing dead.
Okay na?
Yeah, no need to announce he's drawing dead.
Announce mo pa eh.
Parang iniisip
Oh,
mo
there's that other spade.
parang iniisip mo mag-all in pre-flop.
Hindi ko may spend ka. Hindi na rin kaya ako sa flop.
Nice pickup for John. Unraised spot. Started off
Oo nga.
Oo, walang raise.
by Ram open limping. Fisherman Mark follows suit. Blinds get in there.
Napabor nga sa kanya.
And then bang. Flop flush like a champ. Like a mouse. Updated six count.
Ang ganda ng pat sa kanya.
We're gonna have a break in 10 minutes. You can see the clock ticking down. Our blinds are 10,000, 25,000. With a 25, ow, with a 25,000 BB ante. That's Tyrant. That air horn gets me every time. 10 deuce of spades. Fisherman Mark in the muck. Mo Angeles started the final table second in command, took a bit of a hit, but is now back in a place of a little bit
89 raised 50,000.
sweet to be above the average stack. Average stack's 500,000, 511 actually. Mouse open with Queen Nine of Clubs from the hijack.
Tagal niya.
Fair game.
90 minutes siya.
Ubus yung time bank niya.
Naubos yung time bank mo kahit walo yan.
May time bank pala.
Oo. Kahit walo yan. Pero pwede ka nang mag-ano muna. Mag-distress ka muna.
Call back.
Three folds.
Okay, no resistance so far. Yeah, this will get all the way through. As Dennis has Queen for nothing. And moderate gains for Mao Angeles. Uncontested pot to him.
Wala, mamaya. Wala
Out, out.
na sungay din. Naubos
With
Then na-realize niya.
people entering the chat and joining us.
Nag-draw siya sa ano.
Specifically to Frederick Gromukiles. Good evening. Shout out to you, Sir Frederick.
Oo nga, nag-draw siya sa monotone.
And shout out
Ganyan
to
talaga nilagay sa plan.
Jervy Amorin. Watching from the island, I expect.
Sana yung banana seat.
We pay under the gun with King Jack of Diamonds. 25K to call. But he will not call.
50,000.
He will raise.
650. 7
Makes it 50,000.
8 fold. 9 fold.
Players moving out of the way. Ivan, who was slowly melting and was almost out when he had ace 8, but he doubled up against Mao by spiking his kicker. And so he's back to his folding ways. John on the dealer button, 10-5 offsuit. Pretty worthless hand, but still an opportunity always when you're on the button. And 10-4, JP will give it up. Another uncontested pot, this time to Epe from under the gun.
Huli niya ako kung nag-deal siya. Oo, siguro. Kuya Mark, ikaw pa. Ang tulis-tulis mo.
Parang pareho lang yan. Ako yung UTG, tapos race UTG. Parang same lang.
Hindi, huli niya ako. Sa kulungan ng daga.
Yeah, we'll call up one, Harley. Welcome to the stream, gents.
Tuloy pa rin ang trend. Tuloy-tuloy na
We're
yan.
watching the final table of the Metro Weekend
Hindi mo
Special,
nakasilip ng libre to.
Mananalo yung mga
featuring
sumasahod eh.
some of your favorite daily tournament grinders
Ako mga 900.
and particular living legend in Mark Pagsuin, who you barely see on the screen. He is in seat 8.
Lalaway lang mo yun.
See his elbow there on the table. We have not lost a player. Still 9 players remain. Still 9 players remain.
Araguy. Doon nagsimula eh.
Lahat.
Lahat, doon nagsimula.
Meron pa, hindi pa tapos. Manood kayo.
Manood kayo.
Oo, isa rin nga. Ano
Oo,
na rin to eh.
jihadista rin yan.
Inabi mo pa.
Ano na nga.
Ako po pa lang, bubulong na ako eh. Ito pa isa.
Well, the Hadista. All the weaker hands have won when all in with nowhere to go. King 8 offsuit for Ram. Dude, it's not even suited, but he is going to call from under the gun. He did this before with King 5 of hearts. It was limp and shove. This is as average a hand as you can get. King 8 offsuit limping in. Mao Angeles. All right, looks like Ram might create another series of limpers. And the last time that happened, it was a disaster for Deck Cruz. Deck Cruz has left the chat momentarily. I mean, temporarily. Don't see him in the seat. John's got King Queen off. He should be squeezing here. No more limping along. He's not at the blinds this time. 2 limpers in front of him. If you don't know what's going on, just fold.
Call. 3 call.
Wow. A third call. Looking like a cash game there. As we got limps and flat callers. What, and now JP wants to see a flop with 9-7 offsuit. And Ipet's going to check his option and see a flop with Queen 3 offsuit. How you navigate a maze of random hands. We are 5 players into the flop, and it's as random as it gets. Best hand right now is the pocket 4s, and it got better with bottom set. Mao Angeles. Is he going to get anyone in trouble? Who has a 10?
5 check. 6,
Nobody.
7 check. 9 check.
I like mouse check here. Somebody's got to have something. But the truth is, only Mao has something. And bottom set is quite a monster here. Chance to steal by John. But he doesn't take it. So after the turn we go, still free. Nobody paid for this one. Jack, now 2 overs and a gut shot for John. Gut shot for JP. Nothing else for anybody. Bottom set still in the lead. Bottom set by Mao Angeles. Time to bet this one.
7 check.
Try to get value. And I think John's gonna call one straight. 2 overs and an open ender. Sorry, I did call it a gut shot. It's not a gut shot. It's an open ender. 2 overs. He might think he has 15 outs. Sorry, 14 outs.
100.
Huh?
100.
100?
10. Sit nice.
Yep. 2.5 to 1 on his money. He's got 14 outs. He considers the club as an out. I mean, ace and nine of clubs. Ultimately, I don't know. I think he should call, but he's only got 373,000. This might not be how you want to spend your tournament chips. Want to draw with 1 street to go, just calling, not even dictating the price, not the aggressor. It's not great.
3 fold. 5 fold.
Puro si Pepe.
6 fold.
Biglang nabasa.
7 fold.
Masyadong naging
And so everyone is folded. I like that fold made by John. It's not a spot. I mean, it looked like a cash game, but it's not a cash game. It's a tournament final table, and there are some differences to how you want to play your open-ended draws. So Mao takes that down, moderate gain here, back up to close to $1 million, and the chip leader at the table. Shout out to Nemesis, who is watching us now, Carlos Emmanuel Cortez. We're entering a break, but the dealer will deal one more hand, and they will break immediately after. So for us, for them, it's a less than 10-minute break, as they will play into this break.
8 fold.
German Mark folds and runs off his break,
9 fold.
followed by Mau Angeles, Ivan Lato
1
out of there. Deck has been gone for about 2 hands now. John's out. That is all in. Going to keep it simple. Just take this last hand before break. Unless he runs into aces or kings, but he likely will not. Let's see what Ram has. We don't even see it. He's folded ace 4. And Dennis takes the pot, and we are on break. See you in a bit for the Metro Final Table Weekend Special. Watching the Metro
Tara.
Weekend Special 400K guaranteed final table. Still 9 players remaining. Bit of an update on the chip counts. We haven't lost any players since we started, but we have a new chip leader in Mao Angeles with 965,000 chips. That Cruz, who started with over a million, now has 790.
9 fold.
A
1 fold.
close third place, 650K for Andrew Ramirez in seat 7, and all the way down the line till we get to the shortest stack of the table. It's Mark Pagsuyuin with 155,000. Blinds are 15K, 30K, 30K BB ante. So that is the sound of urgency for Fisherman Mark, who is the shortest stack at the table. Ah, JP.
5 fold.
Horrible and suited. Excellent and suited for Ipe. Ace King of Hearts on the dealer button. I like it because it's unraised coming to him, which means when he raises here, it can look like a steal, and it might induce a re-raise. Let's see what happens. The big blind is Fisherman Mark, who must make a stand with
65. 7
almost any 2 cards at this point.
65. 7 fold.
The ram is folded. Fisherman Mark, King 3 off. Yikes. Not
8 fold.
busting with this hand. He folds it, holds on to 95,000 as he enters the small blind in the next hand. Look at that. There's playing for a first place finish of close to 100,000 pesos, which might be worth millions in Vietnam.
Maganda yan. 4K pa. Kasi sa akin,
Tapos fold.
flat ko lang lahat, no? Tapos all-in ka, full flat. Yung all-in sa kanina.
New deal. Man to watch is Fisherman Mark. Mark Pagsuyuin in the small blind with 80,000 behind. He's got 15 dead money as he pays for the small blind. Here we go.
2 fold. Three fold. 4 fold.
Well, it was looking good with a slew of folds, but now JP probably going to raise here, which will put a ton of pressure on Mark.
5 all in.
All in is the move, keeping it
Gumagalaw niya
simple.
to.
Gonna try to isolate in case Fisherman Mark wants to make a stand from the small blind.
6-4. 7-4.
Yikes. Mark has Queen 8.
8-4.
He's gonna hold on here. He's just folding the ladder up at this point, and Mao cannot call, so JP will take it down. 75k
Alam niya, matapang
added
yung
to
big
his
blind.
stack.
Kaya pamamarami.
Good news for Fisherman Mark. He's now on the button. He gets dealt for free.
Matalo na naman si
Bad
Papa.
news, he's sitting on 80,000, which is 2.7 big,
Bumukol yung big blind.
which nobody is folding to.
Alam natin.
So he needs a hand that he can shove, gets called, and double up with. But if the trend continues, he can double up with a worse hand. We've seen it happen at least 4 times already tonight.
Sa ano yan? Sa Metro 7.
7.
7 yan. Sa ano? Betsa. Kari-kari. Sa harap. Small na. Ilang? Yung sinisip.
That Cruz is under the gun.
2-4.
Hasn't been a good run for him the last hour. John's got pocket sevens early. All in some move here. He's sitting on 12 bigs. Might try to min race it, but there's just so much action left behind him. So that's what he has to think about. All in or 60,000.
3-4.
How about fold and avoid a headache? Dennis has ace 10 of spades. Same kind of situation for him. It's all in or 60,000. Those are the white 5k chips. Looks like 60,000.
For raise 70.
70.
7-0.
7-0, says the dealer.
5-4.
Once again, all eyes on Fisherman Mark in seat 8, as we're going to see Ipe fold.
7.
Ram right behind him. Oh, Mark can't find a hand to take a stand with. This is not going to be it.
Lagkit mo ba?
Oh, might be asking for a deck change. Mark says the cards are sticky.
Dapat yung hawak ng
They're not sticky, they're so easy to fold.
para hindi powder.
Good idea.
Ako or ako baka hindi ka powder.
Have some powder around the table, says Mark.
Mga macho daw niya.
Ayaw mo nga
Ako
i-all-in
yung
eh.
macho
Ayaw mo
daw.
i-all-in, baka mamaya makotokol ka. Makita yung barako.
Kahit, tsaka kahit ahead, malamang tanan naman ako siya.
Ayaw
Tsaka,
mo
tanan naman
makita
ako
yung
sa ulo.
barako eh. Yung barakeng Japan, gusto mo makita. Gusto ko ulit makita yung barakeng Japan. Alam mo ba
Bumubulong eh,
yung
sabi niya sa
ginawa
akin.
niyo kanina?
Bumubulong, alam mo sabi niya? Ayaw mong mahal, para hindi pa. Kaya ako baka sa dealer, oo.
In case you're not from the Philippines, the language you're hearing at the table is Filipino. Why not? We are live streaming from the Metro Card Club in Pasig, Metro Manila, Philippines.
4-4. 5-4.
If it's folded to Fisherman Mark, he should be shoving. Let's see.
6-4.
No, it's not folded to him because Ram came in limping. Doesn't matter. Mark's gotta be all in with this one. This is the one. Not great, but it's the best he's gonna see.
8.
So Mark's all in here. Remember, Ram limped in earlier for 25k. Someone went all in for 70 and he folded.
Yun naman, hindi ako nambablock. Di ba, no? Kahapon, di ako nambablock.
If the big blind wants a courtesy call here, it's only going to be. Oh! deck folds. Oh, Ram, 50K to call.
7
He
call.
cards all the way to the river. He makes the call, but he is behind once again. We have a player all in for his tournament life, but this time that player is ahead. Fisherman Mark has the dominating
Mark
hand.
consuming all in for his
Players at
tournament
the
life.
table have this little smile right now, like they feel like the worst
Followed
hand
by
is
Deck
going to win
3,
again.
Ace 5
Sit
off
8.
2.
Ace 10.
Player at
Two
risk has
clubs.
the better hand. Will it hold?
Good go.
Flop has a 10 on the
Flop 10 of
window.
clubs, Queen of
Middle
spades,
pair,
10
best
of
pair
clubs.
here, and what a shield for Fisherman Mark,
Hindi mo
who has
na-escape para maganda.
Ram drawing almost dead.
Yan, may sweat.
And
Ram, 4 of clubs.
few outs.
Still ahead
May sweat.
in the
Got the
tournament
club
life.
outs. He might win with a
Club
5
draw
high
for
flush.
Andrew.
That would be
River.
wicked.
Good go.
Let's do it. No, the river
7
is
spades.
the 7. It's
Mark
clean. Mark
doubles
doubles
ahead.
up. And we still have 9
5
players at
tayo,
the table.
guys. Hanggang 5 tayo.
Oy,
No, please, no.
binago niya yung trend.
Ay, mayo na yun natin.
Binago niya.
Limado na yun natin.
Hindi na kayo magkuya. Paano itong final table?
Ang dami naman laban, ano? Hindi naman nagbibigay ng plan.
Dami
Ayaw lang
showdown
talaga
doon, dahil
mabawas.
showdown, dahil ulinan.
Dahil mo nagdemado.
Oo, dahil ulinan.
10-6.
Excellent point by Dennis.
Kanina,
For a table with so much action and players calling each other, we haven't lost one.
Pero hindi mo alam kung wala kang alam tungkol sa
Baka ito ang ano eh.
Marunong lang ako magsabi.
Four fold. 5 fold. Six fold. 7 fold. Eight fold.
alam ko, magtatagal.
Beautiful nugget of wisdom there. Ang mainit talo.
Makapag-impalay pa talaga ng extra.
60.
May pasensya panalo.
Opo. 1
Ayun,
fold.
wala. Showstock. Kailangan ng paglato. Diba? Bahala pa.
Mao tried a late position raise, and Deck is in the small blind, calling with pocket tens. Deck has taken some less aggressive lines at this final table. Earlier flatting with ace queen of spades, now flatting with pocket tens. They're gonna try to take a piece out of Mao here. For John, it's 30K to call, but his hand is awful. And he gets out the way. So, not the first time we've seen Mao raise and Deck call, but this time Mao is in position.
Good go.
And he outchips Deck. Let's see if he can get Deck off the pocket 10 somehow. Not with this flop 6-5 deuce. John would have had top 2 pair. Woulda. If he had played his 6-5, but he did not. Now Deck is gonna donk into this.
2 bet 110.
That is called a donk bet because it is very unusual.
Fold ka na, sir, now.
Tinulak.
Yeah, Mao doesn't even have his cards in front of him. He folded instantaneously. So it's interesting line by Deck to end it right there instead of trying to check and fish for a C bet from Mao.
2-5 ako doon, sayang
Fisherman Mark plugs you in to the shortest stack at the table, but this time he's got just under 8 big blinds. A little bit of a better spot for him. Not as dire.
Numblap siya dito.
It's level 26. Still 9 players remain. We had over 300 entries to this weekend special.
Ate, ayun tubig.
Ram is continuing his strategy. An unusual one, but he's been balanced with it. He's been limping.
Ito na si Clarita.
I mean, he's limped in more times than we've ever seen in all our previous final table streams.
Tapos si Santorino.
Ivan in the cutoff with pocket sevens,
So,
pretty to
so wala
call,
kuya yung draw
facing an
para may
open
panamatay.
limper. I like shoving here.
Sunod talaga, no?
Spots 105. He'd like to take that down,
Pangalan niya si Santorino.
and so he will try to do so. Let's see if Ram's willing to take a flip with ace 10 off. It wouldn't be the first time he limped in and ended up all in against another player. Wait! Hold the phone! Dennis is in the big blind with ace king of diamonds. He is certainly calling here, which which will show Ram the door.
245 ano?
Cannot say no to this. Ram has signified no strength, so Dennis has only got to be concerned with Ivan. And with ace king of diamonds, you gotta be willing to take this flip. You gotta win the flips to win the tourney.
Ito na.
So Dennis has re-isolated, all in for 365.
Nangyayari na.
And that is the cue. Ram folds ace 10 face up. That's not gonna be good news for Dennis, who needs that ace to show up. Hey, this time the hand that is ahead is the sevens.
Ako star eh.
And if they say Yamado na ang panalo, if that's the new trend, that will be trouble for
Ivan,
Dennis.
who's calling pocket sevens.
I think there's a mistake here. I mean, is Ram here in this
Who's
hand?
calling ace
I
king
thought he
of
folded,
diamonds.
but
Andrew,
as it turns out, he flipped open his hand because he was calling.
Naiisip ba niya?
All in, three ways,
Ivan is ahead.
ace 10 for Ram, ace king for Dennis, pocket 7, and the shortest stack belongs to Ivan, who has the pocket 7. Ram can scoop this with a 10. Dennis needs an ace or a king. And it is, wow, this could counterfeit the sevens. A lot of new outs. A jack counterfeits the sevens and busts Ivan. Now you don't want to hit your kicker. A 10 makes a straight for Dennis. A king makes a straight for Ram. It is neither. 5 outs to chop. Some outs to scoop. Miss them all and Ivan wins. Ivan wins.
Hindi na ako, lahat
And he triples up.
Hindi na humihinga ko lahat. Wala nang kwarto.
Side pot goes to Dennis,
Sa kanong board na.
who get a little bit back after Ram had followed with the ace 10 into the fire. So main pot to Ivan, side pot to Dennis. Dennis should still have an okay stack. Ram will be the new short stack at the table after this debacle. And Ivan will be sitting pretty, having doubled up. He played 2 hands and doubled up both times at this final table. He's sitting in third place, 26 BB, 780K. And Ram is the new short stack. Bit reckless with the ace 10 there.
Talagang bawal na rin yun.
He limps it in and he calls all in. This is definitely one of those leaks you want to plug if you want to refine your tourney game. Very, very hard to be profitable without raising. So pocket sevens triple up. Nice hand for Ivan.
Kaya idol ko yun si ano, Kuya Miko.
Bandang huli, ayaw mo na tumama ng king.
Sino?
I mean,
Jack 10 naman ang poro eh.
Dennis did what he could,
Jack 10.
and he can only be thankful that Ram joined the fray and gave him a side pot,
Jack 10, marami pa.
albeit a small one.
Hindi ko sana i-call. Ganun din. Sige na. Ente.
Kaya panlaban na siya eh. Diamonds, ace king. Hindi na tayo magpuputi pag tinapon natin.
Old ace king in that spot.
Sa bakarat niya, hindi nakalabanan natin.
That's what they're saying. Choose another game.
Nilalaro natin.
game isn't for you if you can't make that call.
Pero kung last call, tulad ng sa'yo kanina, last call, pwede.
Eh, kakagulo na eh.
Shout out to some new people joining us in the stream, watching the final table of this Metro Weekend Special, the Innocent One, Alvir Innocente.
Wala pa rin nabawas.
Ganun pa rin.
Oo nga.
Shario Maya says, John Calderon, let's
Dahil sa
go.
walang na-out.
Ain't going anywhere. He's in seat number 3 in the blue hoodie. Let's go to the action under the gun. If I will, fold 10-9 off. Grab with 5 deuce. Fisherman Mark also with 5 deuce. Patience paying off. He had doubled up. And it's no longer the shortest stack on the table. Mouse got king 9 in the middle position. Mo Angeles looking like Clark Kent with the glasses and the kiss me. And wearing that S on his chest. He raises it to 65,000 like a superhero. Got with ace 10 off. On the button. He just watched that hand lose the big pot. Rebet, flat call, or fold. These are the options. Which one do you like? John likes to think about it some more. Gets himself 30 more seconds.
Oh, ikaw na ngayon. Kanina.
Facing a single raise.
10 seconds.
Got 10 seconds before he owes another time bank. He might have 8 of them when they start.
All in.
Okay, that's the move, and I like it. Cannot figure out a proper 3-bet raise size. All in is going to go for it. He's blocking the ace. Not likely he's facing aces, but he might be facing kings sometimes. JP cannot call with his action. A raise and a shove. Only has king jack offsuit. It should be a quicker fold than this. At the fold anyway, and for Mao also. Should be a fold.
Fold. Sit 9. Fold.
Panada mo lang, ah.
Nice move by John. Good decision. Good result.
Tagal nag-isip mo bago
It's harder to shove. I mean, it takes more guts to do it, but it's actually
Ubus mo isang time mo.
oftentimes
Lagi naman
the
ganun na lang.
safer choice.
Mo alam, binibigay niya isang time.
It's safer than 3-betting,
Isa na lang time mo niya.
let's say half a stack,
Isa na lang.
Isa na lang, oo. Delikado na. Pag ayaw, wala na
just
time.
because there's less chance you're going to be called and therefore less chance that you actually need to take a showdown.
Ito isa. Nakatagbautahin kita.
Well, I hope this isn't the hand that Ram decides to hang his hat with, but he will limp in with ace 3 off under the gun. The limpathon continues for the gentleman in seat 7, Andrew Ramirez.
1 fold. 2 fold.
Might have been the first player to enter this tourney, if I'm looking at this correctly. And he's still here. Meanwhile, John has 6-9 of hearts in the cutoff facing a limp.
3 fold.
Now, if players have been paying attention, they will know that when Ram limps, he can call a shove. He's done it with King 5 of hearts, done it with the Ace 10 offsuit. So it'll change your mind about trying to steal him.
All in.
But this is not a steal for Dennis. It's actually a lot of value in his hand. All in is a play, and he's hoping Ram calls yet again. I think Ram might have learned his lesson. No, he has not. He's fixed into a call here
Next fold.
with ace 3 offsuit.
Oo, parang sinuot.
Might be looking at a player who is fatigued because
Next
A
ref,
more patient player would not make this
open
call,
up the bottom
but
drawer.
Ram has made it for his tournament life.
Call by Andrew under the
Sticking
gun.
to his
Ace
guns,
king
he's
of
got a
spades.
3 outer. Dennis has
Ace
the
king of
jacks
clubs.
way ahead right now. And Ram at risk for his tourney life. What is the flop? Bringing
Flop three of
nothing
hearts, two of hearts,
but
nine of
heartache as
diamonds. Dennis still
Ram
ahead.
has missed everything.
Let's see the turn card.
A couple of aces have been folded. He has 1 out.
Ayan na, Kuya Benjo.
Turn, seven of hearts,
Only one
five of
out.
spades for
There are
Andrew.
no hearts in the
And
hand
the
for
river.
Ram. It is not an ace on the river, and
Nine of
Andrew
spades.
Ramirez will be our first,
Turn down,
finally, our
seven
first
pairs.
casualty here at this final table. Busting in ninth place, and you see the payout here. Payout of 7,500 for Ram for his deep run in this
Sinuli
tourney.
rin niya sa'yo. Sinuli niya rin. Sabi niya,
So
sa'yo
Mark
naman
has
ito, babalik
Pero
sa'yo.
successfully
ang laki ng ng
received
order
the
kanina,
pre-jump, a very
925.
minor one. And 8 pairs remain
Bale, nakabawi ka
at
naman
this
sa
final
casual mo
table.
eh.
Ay, hindi ko naman gagawin yun. Hindi ko naman gagawin yun kung tumama ako. Alam kong behind eh. Naalala ko lang, tumama yung
Inaawat,
split niya.
inaawat ko nga.
Hindi pa nga niya pinapakita, sinabi ko na ayos ka dito.
Kaya na-inspire ka din sa kid na spin na natas eh, di ba?
Oo, yun.
Eh, na-plus
Sinabi
split.
nga sa kanya eh, sige na, papa-out na ako, hindi ko na kaya panalo.
Parang pinariringgan niya si Rigor.
Or big blind ka.
Sa'yo yung king queen na spin eh, di ba?
First half.
Angeles has ace queen offsuit from under the gun.
6-5.
65. Raise.
Opens for 65,000. Blinds for 1530 with a 30K BBN. Gun has been super solid,
3,
and it's not about to lose his mind there with that hand. JP likewise, and playing a patient, straightforward game,
5,
holding this garbage on the button. And the pair might be too good to call with this hand. It is all the way from under the gun that Mao Angeles has raised. And Mao has a
6.
pretty big chip stack. It's not likely he's stealing from under the gun. Fisherman Mark, though, has a hand that can take flips if he's in the mood for one, but he's also a patient player who can choose a better spot than this. 35K to call. He's going to set mine with his pocket fours.
8 call.
That's a call.
Heads up.
I see paint,
Check.
but it's the wrong paint. So surprisingly, the pocket fours are ahead still.
Oh, check 8.
But can he call if Mao bets? No, Mao does not bet. It's good news for Mark. Fisherman Mark, well, bad news on the turn as Mao has now spiked his queen and will decide the bet. Should be end of the line. Fisherman Mark was set mining,
40,000.
missed his set. It should be end of the hand. You really cannot afford to call 40 and give up later.
9.
So Mark, sticking to the plan, he called the spike of 4, missed it. And that was that.
Yung mga 7 below, mag-shop na ako.
Look at this parity now on the field. Nobody running away with a chip lead. Average stack is 575. And the chip leader only has 800 something.
Yung queen at saka yung 8.
He goes fast. Ivan with the legendary pocket sevens that he just tripled up with, but this time he's under the gun. Wouldn't be shocked if he folded this. Raising is better.
Nagpa-turn lang talaga.
Hit 1. Raise. 65.
Makes it 65,000. Well, it's a rematch between sevens and ace king. John's got the hand in the offsuit variety. Don't like calling here with so many players left to
10
act on the
seconds.
left. Got 10 seconds. John has taken time to make all his decisions, but it's
All
been
in.
costing him time bank
All
chips.
in.
All in
50.
is the play. I like it.
Four.
He likes it.
Nine. Fold.
Let's see if Ivan likes it. Not likely anyone else has
Six
a
fold.
hand this good.
Bakit ka uulit?
Let's
Eight
see what
fold.
Mao can wake up with in the big blind. Not good enough. So it's going to be down to Ivan to decide.
Nine fold.
And it's such a huge amount. That's why I like the move. It's just hard to call this. If you're going to take a flip, you want to do it with a higher pair. You could be really in trouble here against eights and higher. Slightly ahead of ace king and ace queen. And Ivan prudently gets out the way. Good gain for John. No showdown necessary.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, missed a few comments. Try to catch up.
Oo, 30 pa rin.
Don't know what that means. More time to think, more chips to have.
Sa
Okay.
below 7. 7 below siya.
Question in the chat. Does the payout include main event tickets? Let me ask how many places get main event tickets?
30 to call. Hit 2. Raise 70,000.
Let's get the answer to that question posted by Will Webb's William Barona. I'll get back to you in a bit. And by main event, we're talking about the Philippine Poker Millions. That happens on August
10
20,
seconds.
but side events start August 18 at the Metro Card Club.
3
The
fold.
biggest local land-based tourney, maybe in the history of this industry. 50 million guaranteed. All right, back to the action. Deck is raised with ace 10 from under the gun. Dennis is considering a
10
call.
seconds.
Probably not going to.
4 fold.
And I like the way Dennis has played so far. It's just the board wasn't on his side
5
the
fold.
first time, but was on his side the second time.
6 fold. 8 fold.
But he has much. It looks like he's going to go all the way to the big blind,
9 fold.
which is Ivan. And he 40K to call. Deep enough to defend. But should he?
1 fold.
He will not. And deck takes this down from under the gun.
1. Ikaw yun 2 eh.
Mga pag sinabi ko matawa yun. Lines up na po tayo. 20-40.
That's right. Blinds are up 20K, 40K with a 40K BB ante as we enter level 27 of the weekend special 400K guaranteed tournament. No limit hold'em is the game, and the Metro Card Club is the place. More urgency now. The average stack is still 575K with 8 players remaining. That's not even 15 bigs.
3 fold. 4 and 5 fold.
Hold it around. To get in the hijack with a really weak ace.
6 fold.
And now it's folded to Mark, who really needs to pick up a pot. This should be everything.
All in.
It's time to shine. Unraised to him.
All in. Sit 8.
Mark makes it 125. Very likely might get called by a
9.
very wide range in the big blind by Deck Cruz. As soon as Ivan is out the way,
1. Fold.
Deck could no look call this.
I know you won't let me go.
He doesn't even need to look, but he will anyway. And that's good enough.
Let's go, Kuya Dick.
It shouldn't take more than a second. And bad news for Fisherman
Ah,
Mark.
go ahead.
His tournament life on the line against
Kailangan
a
kong
dominating hand.
swerte.
King Queen against King Jack.
First clearing points on the cutoff. King Jack out to
You're a
score
tournament
by
director
Deck
doing my
Cruz.
job for me.
On the big blind, King Queen of suit. And see the flop.
Yeah, after the flop we go. It's a 3-outer for the tournament life of Fisherman Mark Bugs
Flop
to you,
two
and
of
it's
clubs,
not
10 of
there.
spades, 2 of clubs.
He can still
Deck
get
Cruz.
away
And see the
with a
second
chop if
round.
King
there's
of
two
clubs.
pairs on the board. Otherwise, he needs that jack.
Third,
Still
7
not
of
happening.
spades.
Doesn't have enough
Nakakain
spades in
naman
his
si
hand
Good luck.
to draw a flush. He just needs a jack.
Clarita!
He gets
I
it.
knew it,
Of
Clarita!
diamonds. Smart
Wow.
receiving his
I knew it, Clarita!
and the double.
Wow. On the
Thank you,
river, three
Clarita!
outer dominated hand doubles up yet again at the expense of former chip leader Deck Cruz.
Mahirap din.
And you can see Mark back up to 7.8 big blinds, 300K. Still at the bottom of the barrel, but still alive.
Win kami.
Nagkaroon pa ako ng bagong pangalan ng puso.
All right, now the answer to the question posted by William Barona.
River ng alas, baka nahulog din
There
ako.
are no main event seats in the payout,
Alam
but
ko,
there are
lalalaking game out of-
4 Philippine Poker Million Mega Satellite seats valued at 12,000 each.
Last card na kasi.
And for the 5th and 6th place finishers,
Clarita.
2 satellite seats at 2,600 peso value each.
4 folds.
I just repeat, 4 Mega Satellite seats and 2 satellite seats. No main event ticket in this prize pool.
Aba, tingnan niyo naman ang Kuya Rigor. Ha?
6 folds.
Meron siyang naiisip na hindi natin naiisip.
8 folds.
Everybody happy for Fisherman Mark, but they shouldn't be. Sure, they wanted him out. He's dangerous when you give him chips.
Oo, 8-0.
Wow, folded to him. He's raised it to 80,000. Never mind how bad the hand is. Let's see. Deck has 3-bet him once before with King 10 early in the final table, but he's changed gears since then. Jonathan, the big blind, cannot call, cannot defend, which means it's a successful steal. Wait a minute. And John has lost a lot of time banks. Really shouldn't be wasting them. Let's think about this
10
one.
seconds.
Got 10 seconds to go. It's not worth a time bank, dude.
Fold.
And Mao will steal this one. Uncontested, well-timed aggression. A player step. We only just lost so far Andrew Ramirez, who happens to be the first player to enter this tournament. See if the numbers are correct. Of these players in the final table, the last player to enter as the 291st entry was John Calderon. Why does it matter? It matters because that means he may not have been playing as long as the other players who may have entered from the very first level
5
of the very first day.
6 fold.
For instance, JP was the 25th player to enter, so you know he played in day 1A. All right, Fisherman Mark, he's got chips. A little bit of a hand is folded to him,
9
but he's
fold.
not going to play it.
I changed my mind.
So far, it's an all or nothing for Fisherman Mark.
10
His
fold.
chip stack is not at a point where he can take post flop action, especially since he doesn't have that wild image,
100,000.
so he might not be able to play a lot of flop textures. Deck is opened on the
Pag-alala,
button.
ibabalik din namin sa iyo.
100,000. King 8 offsuit is the hand.
10 seconds.
John running his clock down again. Gonna get used to that.
4 pa lang. 16.
All in.
Wow. You don't know what he has, but he's all in. He likes it enough to move all in over the top of deck. Dennis has 8 of diamonds. He throws it away. Deck will chuck his hand, and we'll never know what John had, but he does take an extra 180K into his stack.
Nakagawan ako.
As deck cruise continues
Ako nagpaplano
to
ko man.
plummet slowly from chip leader to midfield. Still good for third overall. We prepare this next hand. Here's a shout out to the Metro Card Club watching from La Union. Thank you for joining us. Castillo Arcade. And fresh into the stream, I gotta welcome main man Rishi K. Rishi Karam Chandani entering the chat. I hope you hear this. Hope you stick around and watch this Metro Weekend Special final table. You got a game coming up in about a week, and you might want to pick a free trick. Rishi K, one of the
Matandain din ako minsan.
more feared and accomplished players in his league.
Ay, magad.
Welcome to the stream.
9 fold.
Back to the action. Ivan's in the hijack with a couple of meaningless hands in the muck, and now John's on the dealer button with a chance to steal.
Malamig lang. Kulang lang ng ano yung... Dapat ikaw yung tinagsagan na outfit check niya ako eh. Outfit check ka ngayon. Diba? Mukha siyang piloto. Malamig lang ba?
10
Very
seconds.
friendly final table, not very hostile.
90s, so proof. Diba?
John sticking to the habit of winding down his clock before he folds.
Nakita mo yung colorway, yung bagsakan, bagay sa sana. Sabi ko nga, mag-checker na ako next time. Top guy. Kuya Mark, sa'yo, Montclair lang naman. Oo, Montclair.
All option.
Pati yung sound ng phone. Oo. Ano ba yun? Linden. Ayun, Linden. Jay Linden. So,
No, interesting choice. That is flat calling from the small blind. Gonna see how JP plays if he just checks it. Both of them had pretty weak hands, but they both hit the middle pair here. Let's see how it plays out.
6
It's an
diamonds.
unraised pot.
Okay na. Check. Tip 4.
si Jojo Tech lang nagsusulat.
Dennis checked his middle pair. Expect JP has options to check or bet. I like betting here. It's an unraised spot. Needs to get value out of his middle pair or take the pot down outright. Unknown to him, it may not work. We might see another debacle in an unraised spot here.
10 seconds. All in. All in.
Wow, check raise all in for Dennis. That's the move. Does not put JP on a queen. That is situation well read. Let's see if JP can likewise read this. He's behind but is mostly chopping if high cards come on the turn and river.
370.
You do not want to go broke in an unraised pot. I'll say that again. Do
Si
not
Ate
go
Gina po
broke
sa
in an
bahay.
unraised pot. That is one of
Nagtatrabaho
the
talaga ako.
mantras
Baka naging tumawag.
of Texas Hold'em
So nakaraan,
that would be always good to remember.
may tournament doon na malaki
And
renta.
this is
Malaki.
exactly that situation.
Pero sinasadya pa rin niyang iwanan.
You hadn't had anything invested, then the flop comes, you hit it a funky certain way, next thing you know, you're all in with another player. How does this happen? This is how it happens. Let's see if JP can get out of this.
May price din yung wala lang.
All.
He does not get out of it. It's a correct read, but not quite correct.
9-7.
He did read that he wasn't up against the queen, but he has the inferior kicker. Needs four outs. Why four outs? If that six pairs up, they both share the queen kicker and it's a chop. If he hits a seven, then he has three pair and he wins.
Queen of six of diamonds.
If two
Enter
face
into
cards come,
blind for
we
size
also have a
and
chop. So expect more outs after the turn card deals if it's a high
two by
card.
Capet. 9-7 offsuit.
Win.
Both players queen 10.
Wow.
Let's see the
We're
turn.
gonna watch somebody go broke in an unraised spot. Oh, there it is. Once again, the hand that's behind is now way ahead.
Ace.
9 outs.
Open-ended.
Any queen,
Let's see the river card.
any eight. What else? Any five for straight. It is none of the above. Boom. JP has upended the superior kicker, and that might be enough to bust Dennis. Just
360.
confirm the chip counts here. Blind versus blind. Dennis completed the small blind. JP checked his option. They both hit the nine. They both decided they're going with it. They bet their house and lot on it. Dennis might have JP covered. He does by a little bit, so he's not player out, but he's definitely dead man walking right now. Couple of guys with 400K, dead money from the ante.
Yun yung sign na
Big pot.
mananalo ka sa tournament.
Fundraise.
Yung mag-champion ka talaga.
Had call good result. Second time for Dennis to have a guy just crushed,
Hindi talaga ako marunong.
and he slips right.
Ako umuli ng nando pa si Cherry. Pinulong ko na sa kanya kanina, ito pa isa. Puto na hindi ako nanalo rito.
Ito naman si Santa Jesusa.
Ha?
Santa Jesusa.
What a night for Dennis.
Pinangalan, Kuya Mark.
Got his opponent
Pero
cornered,
30-30.
dead to rights, and somehow they get away, and now he's the one who's crippled. I don't blame you, sir. You played really well.
Wala pa nga si
The
Bugol.
board has been against you.
Nakita mo si Bugol. Lalo.
Fisherman Mark folds under the gun. He's got great ICM reasons to fold now. If Dennis is a micro stack.
Oo.
See if Deck takes advantage.
Oo.
Deck is going to wanna
Buti nga, nag-ano na
try to get this bounty and attack the mid stacks.
Minto na mag-deal si
He's gonna call and try to get some cooperation to bust Dennis. John might take his usual 29 seconds to think about what his action's gonna be.
Mapapalaban ka na.
Sino yun?
Dealer.
Yung nga sinong bukol yun? Wala, tatlo kayo eh. Ano kayo? Siniswerte. Marunong din ako mag-poker. Kung ni-raise mo, ayan. Poli na po. Ikot pa yan eh.
Nice fold by Dennis.
Talagang ganun lang talaga.
Ay, nako kuya, di. Ano yan ah?
Pampoker. Outing.
Gets in the big blind and just check his options to see a flop.
Ganyan ako lagi. Banong-bano. Kaya tinatamal ako mag-turn Sobrang bano kung tumira.
Ika nga ni rin niya, laban lang ng laban. Tatamaan din natin.
Problema,
Let's check his option. We're gonna see a flop. Pocket deuce against four deuce.
lagi ko nararamdaman ganyan. Lagi ako eh. Lagi ako bata. Sawan-sawa na ako.
Nine, queen 10. First one to bet will win here. Next pair doesn't really have much value, even though it's ahead. Jack wants to preserve his showdown value. He might make a small bet at some point in his hand. 8, 9, 10, queen. You can see the board now. Pretty frightening with the three diamonds there. First to bet wins. There are chop outs for Ipe. Oh, that is not an out. He paired his four, but now Deck has the
Feeling ko, ayun,
opposite of the nut flush.
hindi naman ako, wala akong
I tried to slow roll with his paired four.
On the
Now
river.
Deck can slow roll with his two high flush.
Kaya pala late.
They take that pot.
ayusin mo. Ayusin mo.
Ayun na, nasagot na yung tanong. Bakit yung dapat?
Shout out to champ Sean Medina
Dapat hindi. Hindi mo ka pala.
saying that's
Sinising
sickening,
ako ng
but
bagong
it's
meta.
happened a lot at this final table.
Wala, ito na lang kami.
Seen a lot of bad beats tonight. Some of them not so bad, but definitely hands that are behind have been winning more than their fair share. We're watching the final table. 8 players left. Barely 8 players left. You got a micro stack, maybe a chip in the chair for Dennis Reyes in seat 4.
6 din.
You can see it's literally a chip in a chair and some time bank cards. He has more time banks than he has chips. Well, let's get this over with. Give Dennis Reyes aces and then have them get cracked.
Kasi pag final table lang.
Under the gun. And Ivan Lato in seat 1 will be up next. A 70. He's been folding a lot, picking his spots. He's only played 2 hands so far.
Na ako sa turn. Hula-hula.
John with ace king. Any raise and Dennis is out of his hand. Dennis has more to gain by folding now than he might from sticking a 10K chip in. And the reason is hey jump.
Yes.
A good time to attack the middle stacks. Nobody wants to play. Trust me, nobody will want to play until Dennis is out of this tourney.
3 bet 120.
120. Oo, yan.
John's made it 120K.
Sana ginawa mo kanina. Di nakapon sana ako. Out na sana. Out na sana ako kanina.
Yung 4 all in.
Ngayon, pipintahan pa kami.
Okay na ba?
Oh, Dennis just went all in with his 10K. Gonna take a shot with a random hand, as random as you can get. Try to hit the whole spectrum with his Queen 5 offsuit. So John will immediately show a profit by taking the small blind, the big blind.
Wala ito.
Dennis will be eligible to take down the ante, I think.
Oo, fold na. Fold na yun. Okay.
All right, so Dennis tourney life on the line. Just for laughs, he would love to win with his hand, although it will not change his fortune. Will barely move the needle even if he takes this down. He only stands to win the 10K from the blinds, the ante of 40K, and John's additional 10K.
5 seat 4.
Manalig ka lang kay ano, Santay Susa.
Okay na. Hindi, apat silang nag-goal.
And here we go. Hands are tabled. His cards are live. Tournament live on the line for Dennis Reyes. Big dog.
Big line
The big dog has won before.
Asa na? Wala na si Jess.
We're going to see another run out that might qualify as sickening.
What's yung ano? Asa na yun? Wala na si Jess. Ayaw. Jess!
No, TD's not even around to announce this one. That's how little the needle is going to move, even if Dennis wins the pot. The more important thing is that once Dennis busts, we'll be down to 7 players and another pay jump will be enjoyed by the remaining players.
Okay, Dennis
There we go. We
Reyes.
found the tournament director.
Now for Solid is Queen 5 off 2.
Okay, sir. Seat 3.
Followed by Johnny Gold, Ace King off 2. Continue flop. Flop 7 of spades, Queen of
It's
clubs,
never
Ace
easy.
of hearts.
John gets his ace, Bennett gets his queen, so
Hirapan pa ako eh, ganun din mangyayari.
still has the 4 outs. A little bit of a sweat.
Sir, 9 of
9 doesn't
spades,
help. Queen or 5 for
2
Dennis on the
of
river,
clubs is left for
or
Dennis.
else
Let's
he
see
is
what
out
it
of
is.
here. And
Deuce of spades,
you're out.
Dennis busts
You can
out.
see Dennis Reyes eliminated from seat 4 of this final table. He finishes in 8th place, which is a little bit of an injustice to his game. Twice he had 2 other opponents in the palm of his hand ready to bust him out, but the river delivered the other way, and now we're seeing Dennis walk away from this final table. 7 players remain at this final table, and a little less than 6 minutes remain at this level before the blinds go up yet again. See the payout there. Dennis Fox with 9K. Agents become more significant once we get to 4th place and up. But right now, it's little increments. Ivan had been steadfastly folding the whole time. Love that patience. Speaking of patience, John waits 29 seconds before folding. Ahead of schedule there. JP is the nickname of Japet Percival Manalo.
Huwag kang magsisi kung wala
That's got ace
naman.
jack on the button. He was the shortest stack when we got here, but he's done very well for himself since then. Good enough to hang around. Talk about day-to-day poker tournament experience. This man has it.
Alin? 60.
And with his experience, he decides that all in is the play here. Not want to get outplayed by the blind. And he's going to take it outright. Makes 100K uncontested.
40 na lang.
Si Kuya Dick, nililint lang yun. Ikaw yun ang all-in mo.
Ba't ganun? Sa'yo,
We're going to carry the here in the chip stacks, first and
Dapat
second.
taas na yung standard.
40 lang.
Pretty much even.
Sa'yo, ulit.
Sa'yo, all-in. Depende kung sino yung big bag. Pag medyo nakakain na, siya mo na. Pag hindi pa nakakain, may isla. Nakakain.
Kakain mo.
Deck crews under the gun, queen jack off. And he opens for 120. Looks like 90K.
3, 4.
Maybe the hijack. Not a great hand. Good hand, but not great. He does outchip deck. Also outpositions him, but JP has been very selective.
6, 4. 8, 4.
I was going to let this one go, so it's all about what Ivan has in the big blind. Of course he does. Eight deuce of clubs for Ivan. He's been too patient, and I don't expect him to call this one uncontested pot to deck cruise as he enters the big blind in the next hand. Minute to go before the blinds go up, so this would be the last hand I expect at 2040. The next blinds are gonna hurt. They don't go to 2550, they go straight to 3060. So the average stack is 657. That means the average stack is just 11 bigs. Uh-oh.
Dumikit.
Not a good time for a miss deal.
Miss deal, miss deal.
Well, she'll shuffle and in time to play the blinds like 2040 regardless.
Tatlong baraha mo.
40.
May isa pa.
But that miss deal might throw off our system,
Mabrum-brum kahit pareho.
and we might have to see a chip recount in a bit.
Dati nga kay Jojo Boy, isa lang. Nanalo eh. Isa lang. Oo, isa lang. Hinahanap na isa eh.
Siya napunta isa.
Isa siya. Panalo. Nahatulan yung panalo. Tagal na
That's a tall tale. We know that the ruling will be you only have one card, your hand is dead. You are not going to win a pot with one card. Doesn't matter. No matter if you have a deuce and there's three deuces on the board, if you only have one card, your hand is dead. Back to the action. John's under the gun. King 10 off. Not expecting that raise, but there we go.
8054.
John makes it 80,000. That's a click raise from under the gun. Maybe noticing that there have been a lot of uncontested pots, and he's going to take a crack at one himself. And Mark missed his hand. So it's worked so far all the way to the big blind. It is going to work. 8 deuce suited. Deck gives it up. Good result for John. A daring raise from under the gun. Gets all the way through. And familiar sight here. Fisherman Mark on the bottom of the barrel. 5 big blinds to his name. With the blinds coming to get him. Within the next 3 deals. Lines up already. 30-60. 60K ante. Ouch if you're the big blind.
Checkered na nga ako. Next time.
120 in the middle.
Ano eh, pagsaka ng ano, gusto ko yung green.
Blind.
Hindi, checkered na meron.
Ito na po, ante.
Parang ano yung boy, no? Wala, di papayag.
Deal is out, and the player under the gun will be JP. We'll kick off the action in this hand. Hand 47 of this final table. What's at stake? A 95,000 peso first place finish. Coming with a mega satellite seat worth 12K for the Philippine Poker Million. Folded to Mark, he's in the hijack, and he makes the only move that he has in his arsenal, all in for 210,000. Mark Luxurian has not played post-flop poker at all, hasn't had the opportunity at this final table.
Napakababa. Pwede mo na, 210.
He might get what he's asking for once again if John makes this call. Fisherman Mark will be dominated and once again have a 3-outer with his tournament life on the line.
150 na lang ilalagay mo.
Fisherman Mark is absolutely correct.
Yan, okay. Good call.
This is a natural call. John makes the call. It is a good call, regardless of the actual hand. Oh my goodness. Fisherman Mark once again a 3-outer.
Saan mo gusto yung jack?
Tournament life
Driver
on
ulit
the
yan.
line. His hand is dominated. We've
Elimination.
seen this movie before.
King Jack of
Fisherman Mark,
spades, followed
he's
by
played these
King
games
of
before.
waiting line,
Jack na club.
King
Oh, Jack na
Queen
club.
of suit. Let's see the
And
toss.
let's see how this unfolds as we welcome Rainier Simeon to the chat and to the stream. Hope
Top
you
over
enjoy this
6 of
potential
spades,
bad beat.
towards 10 of spades.
Can
Draw
Fisherman Mark do it
select
again? River, another jack?
confrontations.
There are no chops if the board is double paired because the king is the superior kicker.
Only a jack
But
left for Mark.
even with a
River
queen, the
board.
king will be in play. It's got to be a jack, or Mark is finally
River
out of there.
boards.
Two
And
pairs,
Mark
sixes and threes with a
is
king
out
kicker
of
is the winning
there.
hand.
Should have gone a 6
And John Calderon has finally eliminated the ultra resilient Mark Pagsuyuin, who has managed two pay jumps and improved his finish to seventh. But he did say the word bubble because the top six players, aside from the cash payout, will have satellite seats to the Philippine Poker Millions in their name. And Fisherman Mark, he just missed that by finishing seventh. But what a good run for the veteran, one of the first players in this country to probably pick up this game.
6-4.
Go, John Calderon said Paulo Orda. Been sniping well indeed. Not very active, but
10
I don't think
days,
he's lost
1
a pot
point.
that he's been in.
3-0.
Meanwhile, Pocket Sevens makes yet another appearance at this final table in the hands of Mao Angeles, who's raised it to 130, and everyone's already folded. Action will be on John in the small blind with Jack 8. Still got a big blind to get through. JP will be that player.
4-3.
Coming off that win that busted Fisherman Mark. Can he now do a heat check and defend the big blind with a suited, barely connected hand?
High score.
Gonna do it. I like the gear change. Six players left. Gotta open up those ranges, especially your big blind defense ranges. Off to the flop we go. JP's out of position against the Razor. Mao Angeles. 4, 8, 10. Nice orphan board for Mao.
Check 5.
For JP, it's a gut shot to go with his overpairs. Oh, I don't think there are any sevens left in the deck. Oh, board is paired even better for Mao Angeles' hand, but JP beats him to the middle. He's picked up a flush draw to go with his gut shot and overcard. 100,000. Mao stands to be ahead still, and so he puts money behind his hand. We're going to see if this river brings one of those 12 outs. That is not one of them, but one more bet could take Mao out of this hand. Let's see if JP can find that bet. He bet the turn. Now he's missed everything, so he certainly should bet the river. But it's gotta be a polarizing size. He now owes a time bank card. Their stacks are almost the same. Pot is almost the same relative to their stack. Interesting situation where The best bet might be a shove. Check is surrender. Mouse certainly will check behind and take the showdown. He's losing to a 10, a 4, a queen. There's no reason to bet. There is no hand Mao can bet that will fold if it's ahead of him.
Check.
So Mao checks behind, and he will see that he's actually ahead. Nice pot considering the size of his hand. As Mao Angeles once again becomes a chip millionaire, joining John in the 1 million club. And Deck is in third place on the outside, looking in, tapping at that window. Final 6 players of this final table of the Metro Weekend Special. Payouts get more significant now. Next finisher gets 12,000. But more interestingly, the difference between 6th and 5th is 5,250. That is a serious pay jump now as we enter these next few pay jumps. Mao is going to open up his range now, opening up under the gun with a Queen 8 suited hand.
Ano? Tapos? Jess? Jess? Sir Jess?
Looks like they're looking to pause. They want to stop the clock, and I expect they want to do chip counts because missed deals tend to mess up the system. And just to make sure the system still has the correct amounts, they might want to do a chip recount. See the clock still going, but we did hear the dealer request for a pause. Let's see what they need to sort out here. Clock's already paused, and they're gonna reset it back to where it was when she asked pause. Okay, now here the dealer sorting it out with the crew, and they've resumed the clock. The raise is 120. John's gonna fold this, but let's see what the blinds have. JP's in the blinds, and Ipe is in the big. JP's got a hand he can defend the small blind with, or even play back with aggressively. Always shocking. The air horn signifying the blind levels have risen for the side event. Ongoing, but not one that you can join. If you want to hop over to the Metro Card Club, the game you want to join would be the 2040 Omaha game. But if Hold'em is your bag, there are a lot of bags to choose from. 10, 20, 25, 50, 50, 100, no limit Hold'em games. Always available at the Metro Card Club. That's the move by JP. 3-bet, all in. Make it simple. Refuse to be outplayed. And it's mostly going to work. Figures Mao is raising with a wide range, being the chip leader, and took him off the hand. Nice play by JP. Lines are 30,000, 60,000 with a 60,000 BB ante. Hurts to be the big blind. And that big blind is Mau Angeles. So Ivan, you barely see me, Lato, will be kicking things off from under the gun. You hardly even know he's there. Man in seat one,
One fold.
the invisible Ivan.
One fold.
Once again, folding his hand, done in the cutoff. Gonna count to 29. I
3.
believe he's put his cards in the wrong box. He is. All right, he is in seat three, so that is the correct box. The player in seat four, Dennis, has busted. And now the action's on JP with King 9 on the button.
Five raise 130. 130.
Under 30K is a race. Click above the click minimum. Best got King Queen off. He can play this aggressively against this button race. Six-handed, the blinds are up. And that's all about making small gains at the least risk possible. And counterintuitively, going all in here might be the least risk. Well, folding's the least risk, but it doesn't get you any chips. JP looking right at him. And if Penn knows his tells, he's got to know that's weakness,
Fold.
but he doesn't pick up on it. Classic but reliable when a player is staring right at you. It's more often than not a weak hand. I was going to defend with five deuce of hearts. He's definitely opened up his ranges. Now that he has a chip lead and is six-handed, you're going to see a whole new Mau Angeles. And after the flop we go out of position. Is the big blind defender, ace, six, seven, two spades on the board. Both players have missed. Mao must have known he would miss most of the time anyway, so I'm sure the plan isn't fit or fold. We'll see the plan in action here. See if he can float one bet if JP makes it. He's got to make it. That ace on the board favors his range,
5 bet 8.
meaning it's more likely he has it
18.
than Mao. So that's what this bet is about, and it worked.
Huh?
Now it's one and done. Nice game for JP. Closing in on 1 million.
Nothing.
It's Mao down to third. Deck still in fourth. Ivan folding away. Invisible in seat one, and a bit back to the bottom of the player pile, but not in too much danger.
Says. Maya. Here. Two fold.
Pocket Johns, sorry, Pocket Jacks in the high John.
Ay, gumulong. 10,000 galing sa kanya.
Ayun o. Pwede.
Ayun, nasa ano.
Yan. Sa kanya.
There's the chip there. All right, well, we know what's going to happen here. John's going to
10
race.
seconds.
Just needs to figure out how much. He's got 10 seconds to decide.
160.
Nobody has spent more time banks than John at this final table. He's made it. Made it what? 160,000 from the hijack. Sitting on a premium hand.
seconds. 5 full.
He's just surveying the field before making a decision. Ipe's got Queen Jack of clubs. This is tempting to call, but Ipe might surprise you with his discipline and patience.
10 seconds. 6 full.
Told ya! He looks young, but he's a vet. Meanwhile, Mao Angeles in the small blind with King Queen off. Let's see what he thinks of John's raise from the hijack. Much respect, he gives that up. And Invisible Ivan will fold his big blind. Pot goes to John. That is right, Aaron Swan. He had Pocket Johns in the High John. And no further incident there. Takes the pot with no drama, no confrontation. Back to John under the gun, King 7 of diamonds. Let's see if he performs another raise. I mean, if your raises are winning uncontested pots, you might want to do them more often. Bump it up a notch. Let's see what John does here.
Three raise 120.
Yep,
5
he
full.
is going to ride that wave as players have shown their proclivity to keep folding pre-flop,
9
making it
full.
profitable to keep raising. Ivan in the small blind, gonna make his cards disappear. Or not.
10 seconds. 1 full.
Into the muck that goes.
2 full.
That Cruz has King 4 into the muck as well. 2 pots in a row for John, uncontested. We see players ramping up the action, getting more active. John and Mao among them. Yeah, stayed conservative, and Ivan has remained invisible. And he is the new short stack at the table with 390,000, 6.5 bigs. Average stack is 767, pretty much where Mao is at.
60.
JP folds from under the gun, as he should, and they bet. Will be
65.
following suit in the hijack. Mao Angeles, who's been a
9
bit
full.
wide open with his ranges, will give that one up. And Ivan has appeared as he has ace king of spades. He will now make a rare appearance and enter the pot.
1 went
All
over.
in is the move. I like it. It looks like he's stealing. He's on the
Fold.
button folded to him. Looks like a desperate short stack, just trying to steal chips. And if John reads it that way, he might give him a go. Except he's got the weakest pair imaginable. Pocket twos.
390 total.
That is a significant amount. After a successful steal in 2 positions prior to the blinds,
10 seconds.
it's going to hurt to give all that back and more if this doesn't work out with 2 twos.
3 call. Show cards.
John's going to make that call. Figures Ivan's raising much wider than usual. Might have unpaired hands in his range, and he's found one. John, a very slight favorite, and Ivan is all in for his tournament life. He needs to catch an ace, a king, some Broadway cards, some spades. There's a lot of ways that he can improve on the flop. But for now, he's behind and in danger. Splash! Shout out to Splash in the chat, Mukesh Monani. Thank you for watching the stream. But Splash goes to flop as well. Top two fair for Ivan. And now John needs that two to show up, or else he just doubled up the shortest stack at the table. River is uneventful, and it's a double up in a big way for Ivan, who has been invisible until this double up, and we expect him to sink back in his chair and back into the shadows after this hand. And we have a return to parity on the board. No player running away with any kind of chip lead. All of them just hovering more or less around the average stack of 770-ish. You're watching the Metro Card Club Weekend Special 400K guaranteed final day. Final table, 6 players remain out of the 307 that have entered. Nearing the bottom of the 28th inning.
Kasi yung ano mo sa live. Yung ano niyo po sa live.
We pen out a new short stack at the table.
6-4.
That doesn't phase him at all. Angeles in the hijack with ace jack. It's offsuit, but it's good enough to raise. Makes it 140.
140, sit 9. Apa. Gusto lumipat ng 3 dun sa 4.
And just like that, Ivan has retreated into the shadows. And JP will have to figure out if he wants to defend with the tempting Queen 10 offsuit. Got the chips to do it with. He outchips Mao. Broadway cards defend fairly well. So JP will defend his big blind. Mao will have position in the hijack as the pre-flop raiser. Cards are live. Here we go to the flop. Queen high. Top pair, good kicker for JP. And a complete miss for Mau Angeles, who does not see bet there. Turn is another spade, making it 3 spades on the board.
5 check.
I mean, it's easy to think that Mau Angeles would have c-bet any hand with 2 spades in it. So JP cannot be really too concerned about the flush.
9 bet.
This looks like a easy check call. Well, not so easy, but he's definitely check calling here for 180 with the top pair good kicker. Does not have a spade as a backup. But it's just so unlikely that Mau Angeles did not c-bet a flush draw. More likely he's betting a flush draw here.
10 seconds.
10 seconds to call would be a big mistake to fold. He makes the call and the pot is now ripe.
5 call.
Heavy enough to fall off the branch. 730,000 in the middle. The river is a 7, making a 1-card straight possible. If Mao should have a 9 or a 4 in his hand, how often is he going to have such? JP can check, but he must make a tough call because Mao's certainly going to bet this river.
5 check. 9 check.
For Mao surrenders, wants to take a showdown with ace high. It will be not good enough. And JP glad to take this 350K and add it to his stack. Would have been a tough spot if Mao would have made a move on the river, but easier said than done in Mao's position. So he just gave up and tried to win with ace high.
Sige po.
Good result for the big blind defensive JP, and Mao takes a hit there. He's down to 400K. Getting across the pit. They have close to the same stack. They are the two shortest stacks at this table.
Normal, gusto mo daw deliver.
And Invisible Ivan
Diyan ka na.
living up his name in seat one from this angle. You don't even see him at all.
Yun.
Okay, we're gonna move Mao Angeles to
9.
seat nine
Basta
just so
ikaw,
we can
pwede
see
ka na
him.
sa 4. Para hindi ka nahihirapan.
And yes, we've made adjustments. John will now be sitting in seat four, making more room. I think the goal is to make Ivan not so invisible by moving everyone towards the middle of the shot here.
Okay na pa.
Adjustment at a time. If you're superstitious, you don't want to do this though, because players in seat 4 and seat 8 have busted. So if you believe in the electric chair myth, then you might want to refuse this seat change. But these are poker players.
9 fold.
They are not in any way superstitious. No, sir.
1 fold. 2
Hold
fold.
it round to John on the dealer button. 10 random. Let's see what he does. Folded him on the button. Mostly raise, sometimes fold. Makes it
Raise
160. Applying massive pressure. About a third or more than half the stack, maybe? Maybe half the stack of Ipe. JP always acts like he's interested in his hand, but
5 fold.
mostly been uninteresting. But it still pays to take a look at your opponent's demeanor before deciding your action. If Pet has an ace in his hand, half his stack is the bet,
6
and he
fold.
goes all in. Figures John has committed and might call off with less than ace high.
390.
230 to call. Can John get away? If he gets away, he just wasted 160,000, but at least he saves 230. Think he'll need his last time bank for this one?
4 fold.
Nope. He makes a fold. Great move by Bet. Snatching up that button steal and trying to get him to profit. 190,000 added to his stack. Closing in on John and leaving Mao Angeles in the dust as the short stack is now Deck and Mao. Deck and Mao were 1 and 2 at some point in this final table. Now there are 5 and 6. See the clock running down. Blinds will go up to 40,000, 80,000. Ouch! With an 80,000 BB ante. Average stack is 767. It's not even 10 big blinds. That's how tight this is. They are now
Ayun na.
fighting in a fish barrel.
After pa nito.
No room to move as the blinds go up. And 6 players trying to have a sword fight with push pins
Blinds.
in a small box.
30-60 pa. After this, hindi pa mag-blinds.
One more round of 30-60, says the dealer. All right. Great news for Mal Angeles, who is the big blind.
One fold, 2 fold.
Ivan folds under the gun. Jack follows suit.
4 fold.
John with the computer hand, known only to players that are as old as me. JP on the dealer button
5 fold.
with a 4-3. Blind versus blind. It pass an ace against the short stack. You'd think this would be a a shove most of the time. Maximum pressure on the shortest stack, blocking the ace and everything.
6-1 all in. Yes.
All in is the move. Indeed, if Pep pulls that trigger, he has been on point
9 fold.
with his pre-flop decisions, and this one will gain another
Mine's up.
120 for him. Pep trying to peak at the right time. He's doing everything right. Someone in the chat calling for a Himas Tabalbas. Let me do that for him,
48.
because this will bring John some good luck. So, to help you out.
Okay. Nasaan si Glenn? Nasaan si Glenn? Umuwi na?
Yeah, so now we are 40-80. Ivan, the recipient of the newly raised blind and ante.
Hindi nga umuwi na?
4 fold.
Umuwi na?
That's 200K in the pot before a hand is dealt. Definitely worth stealing.
Fold.
Well, that's too good of a player to try anything with his hand. Sorry, that hand made me sleepy for a second because that's how bad it was. Now we are blind versus blind. Should be an easy shove for Mau Angeles. Same move Ipe did to him, he will do to Ivan.
All in. 9 went
King, queen
up.
offsuit.
340.
Most of the time, Ivan can't have anything, but this time he kind of has something. Now, if he thinks Mao is shoving with more than half his range, bunch of random hands in his range, then this becomes a profitable call. In theory. And that's what Ivan has to think about. It's a lot better than what Mao could possibly have. I mean, Mao can have better or worse, but there's a lot of worse in those possibilities. I was just trying to decide, can he take this hit? And the answer is yes, he can take this hit. 260K to call. He'll have 450 left. Already separated the calling chips from the behind chips. Ivan. It would be the first time he's calling. He's usually the one shoving. King 10 of hearts. Right down the middle of mediocre lane.
Seconds. Call.
He makes the call, but
Yes.
he is behind. It's the worst case scenario is to be dominated, and that's what's happening here. Mao has Ivan dominated. Stands to double up most of the time, except if a lot of hearts show up, or a 10 shows up right there on that board.
Pangalawang showdown natin yan. Hindi na ace 8 ka. Ace 9 ako.
That's right. It was ace 8 against ace 9 when Ivan doubled up against Mao, where he hit his inferior kicker. He's gonna try to do it again. He's got 3 outs to do it. There is no hearts on the board. That's not one of them. Oh, doesn't have a spade, so he's not blocking with a flush draw. Dodging 3 outs. Mao will not double up. He's done it again. Now for good. Bit of a history lesson. Mao moved in earlier with ace 9, got called by Ivan with ace 8. 8 shows up on the board. Ivan doubled up. Now Mao once again has king queen dominating Ivan's king 10. 10 on the river. Mau Angeles out in 6th place. Eliminated by Ivan Lato in seat 1. Wow. This whole final table tonight has been a showcase of the wrong move at the right time. 5 players remain. And this Metro Weekend special final table. 5 players, average stack 900K. Ivan is a silent assassin, a sleeper agent at this table. Just waking up to bust people.
Slap nga yun eh. Ha? Slap nga yun sa slap. 450 likod ko.
Very decent pot there considering Mao still had about 400.
Kuya mo lang kasi. Kahit sino pantay, tatawagan
John's under the gun suited 7-8. Favorite hand of a lot of players. Lines are 40, 85 players left.
Or fold.
Takes a fold. JP's got 9-4. A hand so bad there might not be a nickname for it.
Five fold.
There with pocket threes in the cutoff. He's gonna play it. He's gonna play it ultra aggressively, which means
10 seconds.
he has less than 10 big blinds when you think about it. But relative to everyone else's stack, he's not in too bad shape. But relative to the blinds,
160. 160.
so he's made a raise to 160, double the big blind. Ivan's got pocket tens. Hello. When it rains, it pours. And the sleeper agent
10 seconds.
is now awake once again. Got pocket tens in his hand. Looking at a pair raised to 160. He's in the small blind. You minimize pressure by shoving, but you will not have to play post flop. Oh, he's decided to just. That's virtually gonna put Ipe all in. He makes it 550. Ipe only has like 700 plus total. Actions back to him. 390 to call and have 810 behind. Sorry, he'll have three. He'll have 210 behind. Started a hand with a little over 700. Cannot face a 3-bet of this size against Ivan, a player who's barely played. And you're only sitting on pocket threes. Ivan has folded everything else facing a raise. Except for King 10 and Ace 8.
10 seconds.
But though he was calling those times, this one he's 3-betting. It's a very different look from
Fold.
a player in seat 1, so Ipef gets it out of there. And Ivan takes the dead money. 160 plus the blinds and antes. That puts him up to 1.5 million. And new chip leader at this final table. 20 minutes into a break. We'll see if all 5 players survive to make it to that break. You see the chip counts here. That Cruz is now the short stack at the table. Hasn't been a good couple of hours for him. 200K in the middle, dead money. 40, 80, and 80.
Meron lamang sa tatawag eh. Lamang sa
John's in the big blind. JP Queen 5 of Hearts, co-chip leader. Close behind Ivan's 1.5 million.
5 fold.
He'll give that up. That's got an ace in hand. Less than 10 bigs. You know what I'm implying. But Ipes not going to do it. Going to take a break here. See what Ivan does with Queen 9. Now, as the chip leader on the button folded to him, will he change his game plan now?
One raise,
Yep.
160.
Changes gears. He's made it 160. He
Twofold.
is now awakened like a dragon. Come out of his cave, breathing fire into these other remaining players.
Minimum.
John, 80K to call, 80 to win 360. How wide does he want to defend?
5 seconds. Powerful.
John gives it up. Ivan takes another pot. What is this? 3 in a row for Ivan? Looking like it. See there, Ivan starting to pull away from the pack. Players are now guaranteed 18,000 in cash. 18. But this is the bubble to the big seats. Fifth place finish gets a satellite seat on top of his cash prize, valued at 2,600. The top 4 players get mega satellite seats valued at 12,000. So it's a bit of a bubble dynamic
80.
in terms of, let's just call it a big pay jump.
6-fold.
Close to a 13,000 peso pay jump in terms
1-fold.
of value. Deck folding to him on the button. He hasn't had much reason to be active. Not been getting a good deal. If you don't like your luck, you gotta
10 seconds.
make your own luck, and Deck's gonna try something here.
2 raise 300 total.
300,000, pretty much everything he has. He's left 80,000 behind.
4-fold.
Deck needs this dead money. He can add 200,000 to his stack. JP with the Robbie Lou, Jack 4. What? Did not think that was worth a time bank card. Is JP thinking about it? But why though? It's not worth 2 time bank cards, I'll tell you that much.
Pinipilit ko eh. Hindi mapit.
5-fold.
Hindi mapilit.
Finally, a fold from JP. You see the updated script counts. The man called Ivan, players refer to him as Miko Lato. And we have a note from Fisherman Mark in the chat saying he is happy with his run this weekend, especially the way he ran up those 2 extra spots despite being short stacked for such a long time. I gotta commend him on that. And he adds he thinks this will be a Miko Lato and Ipe by their showdown at the very end. Well, it's a good bet, but
1-fold.
odds are against Ipe right now, as John and JP have bigger stacks. Let's see how this plays out. The Cruz with King Queen of Clubs full determined the cutoff.
2 raise 300.
Yep, 300 yet again. Did not get called last time. This time he won't mind so much if he gets a call. But taking it down uncontested, still much better. 200K without a sweat. That's what Deck is going for.
5-fold.
If has got an ace in the big blind, does he want to go to war with it? Kind of a one-armed hand here. One-armed fighter. That 3 doesn't really help him. They're considering going all in with his ace high hand. The deck is raising wide and the ace looks good. See if he can sniff this one out. If only that other card was not a 3. So success for deck. 2 pots in a row means he has moved up 200K each time. You see him now with 780
Thank you.
and they pay on the bottom with 440. John also melting in the heat of these higher blinds. Kyle with a message to John and an invitation to go to Vegas after. I don't think, even if he finishes in first place, not quite going to pay for a trip to Vegas, but if you mean that he should go there and press his luck, then by all means, good luck to you, gentlemen. 5 players remain in this final table of the Metro Weekend Special. 29 levels and counting. Break coming in 12 minutes. But first, another round. JP has the button. Defend the small blind and Ivan in the big. That Cruz want to make it 3 pots in a row. He's got pocket eights.
240. 4, 4, 5.
You know, I said pocket eights were called snowmen by the old school poker players. Maybe a new local nickname should be Lato Lato. Just throwing it out there as we have Ivan Lato in the big blind with King 9 of diamonds. This would be a flip against the pocket Lato Lato that Deck has in his hand. I was thinking Deck has raced 3 times in a row as the short stack. He might be just making moves. But this time, Deck's got a lot behind. Not going to be easy to put them all in. Calling is an option for Ivan, but Deck has made it 3 bigs instead of 2. If it was just a min race, calling is certainly an option. So success once again, 3rd pot in a row for Deck Cruz, and he's close to $1 million now, just like that. Ivan holding on to the lead with 1.6. JP a little bit behind 1.1. Deck at their heels with 980. And John and Ipe are bringing up the rear of this race. Ipe's on the button. And Deck, after 3 pots in a row, is now in the big blind. And he can afford it. John can't find a hand. It's not a good time to be card dead. King Deuce offsuit for John under the gun.
4 fold.
JP's got ace 8 offsuit. Got 1.1 million in chips. Above the average. But not quite 15 big blinds. JP will open as he should. Makes it 160. Clicks the raise. Making it hard for Ipe to make a move. Goes round to Ivan in the small blind, and now Dex will have a decision to make. 80 to call, 360 in the pot, but unfortunately the hand is
2-4.
not good. 10-6 offsuit into the muck. JP wins the pot. Chip leader, but only 19 big blinds to
8
his
minutes
name.
pa.
That's how big the blinds are.
8 minutes pa.
I think Miko, man, Miko Liven mistook the 10-minute timer for the break timer.
Tawag kong jam ang ginawa ko. Trip lang. Hold ka doon. Tumawag ako. Mas labang pa ako eh. Mas labang, no?
Kept wondering if he should have open jammed his threes. We'll never know what would have happened.
Five fold.
Jeff's got to make a move, but can he make it with this hand, King 3 of diamonds? Folded him in a cutoff. He only has 400,000. That's 5 big blinds. Can he pull a deck cruise and take 3 pots in a row? We won't know yet. Ivan's on the button, 7-8 offsuit. 8 high into the muck, and now we got a battle of the blinds. This deck open very wide here. I don't care if you're opening 90% of your range. 8 deuce offsuit will still not be part of that range. That's how bad this hand is. But deck cruise doesn't care. It's blind versus blind. He's made it 240,000. Put the pressure on John. More than half his stack. I mean, I don't like the hand, but I like the recognition by deck cruise that John may not be ready to go. 10 deuce of hearts. 160K to call. Right. Too much heat. And John is out of the kitchen. The blinds are big, and deck has chosen the right time to be active. Been quiet when the blinds are small, and then just turned it up when the blinds went up, and now he's among the chip leaders again. And as we also appreciate that, the timing and the strategy there. We got a shout out from Angelito Lim. Shout out to Boss Lambert Benedicto watching from Marilao, Bulacan, I guess. Shout out to you, sirs. Thank you for watching the stream. You're watching the final table of the Metro Weekend Special.
6 fold. One fold.
Folded to deck cruise. He hasn't let anything go in the past few rounds. Now he's got ace 9 offsuit on the button. He went from short stack to nearly 1 million, and this time he raises again. 240. John is all in with pocket sevens for 400K. I think deck might be priced in. He only has 160K to call. He can be flipping here. And he makes the call after stealing over and over and over. Now he's going to try to bust John. Whiz ahead slightly with the pocket sevens. Tonight, the theme of the final table has been worst hand wins. Let's see if that holds up.
Ano yung 360?
John will double up 54% of the time. That's not a crushing lead. Let's see if he stays ahead. Oh, ace already on the flop. Now he's drawing super slim, 10% with 2 cards to go. Can he spike a 7? Not on the turn. Can he spike it on the river? Only a 7 can save him. It is not there. He is eliminated In fifth place, we're going to lose John Calderon. Congratulations on a deep run. He wins cash in the form of 18,000 big ones and a Philippine Poker Million satellite seat. And then there were four. Deck Cruz just ambushing them there. After being quiet for so long, just a flurry of activity, including this bust out of John Calderon. These players are 2.5 minutes from breaking, where I'm pretty sure they will have some ICM discussions. But for now, they should just keep dealing.
Sabi ko, okay na sa akin. Pero kung
One fold.
gentleman,
I have no doubt if the four players make it to the break that they will have an ICM discussion.
sige, tuloy mo lang.
But for now, they should be playing their hands. And Deck Cruz does have a playable hand. And you should keep playing your hands into the break because if you're anticipating that during the break there's going to be an ICM discussion, then there's a metagame going on where the other players might not be willing to play until that break. So if you steal a few extra blinds and antes before that break, you improve your leverage and your position for that ICM discussion. Deck races to 200K from the cutoff. You see here how JP will just fold almost everything right now, and Ipe will not defend his big blind and bust so close to this ICM deal. There is a break coming up in a minute and a half, so the better thing to do is there's urgency for Ipe to discuss it immediately because he stands to lose the most and bust out.
Yes. Ang katina nitong
Okay, they paused the clock. They couldn't wait for the break just because they couldn't wait for Ipe to bust out possibly.
Ang katina.
The optimal play for the three players, not named Ipe, was to just wait for him to bust out or see what happens. But also they can make this deal now before he doubles up.
Hello. Wala
So they're
na.
gonna have the tournament director will be computing any possible deal that can be made using the independent chip model,
Yes,
ICM,
ba ganito?
and we will be back after that deal is made.
Ang katina. Ang kati.
After the break, we'll tell you how that discussion went.
Dapat may extra ganyan. Oo. Pa-request kayo.
nagpapakompute ng ICM kamo.
JP. C3 full.
Right, back to the action.
Seat 1
Deal
full.
has been made. I'll give you the details between hands.
Seat 5 raise 200.
But right now we know there are 4 players left.
Seat 6 full.
1 minute to go in this level. So one of the stipulations of the deal before we get into the numbers is that
Seat 1 call.
from this point on, they will be playing 15 minutes per level instead of 30,
Ano lang?
since they have already made the deal. 15 minutes per level after this, effective the next blind level. Well, we already jumped ahead.
Seat 1 bet 400.
And they will take no more breaks.
Seat 5 all in.
So, Ivan,
Seat 2 ay seat 1 call.
huh? If you're wondering why they're happily shoving and calling with these, it has to do with the numbers of the deal.
Ayusin ka ba? Wag na. Ha?
Of course, Ivan has a monstrous hand with middle pair and a flush draw. Ivan has top pair. But it was dealer button raise against big blind defense, and then it got all messy after that on the flop.
Okay na.
Tournament life at risk for JP, who, if he busts out here, as he will now that he's pretty much drawing dead, flush already been made by Ivan. JP's eliminated in the fourth, but he will come away with 49,000 and change. A gain of 28,000 courtesy of that deal. Without a deal, it would have been 21,750. Because of the deal, he makes 49,400. So a big gain. There you go. You see what would have been the payout, but the actual payout is 49,400. So for JP, a 28,000 gain courtesy of that deal. Of the remaining players, Ipe is guaranteed 27,000. And so you can see that he will take an L because on a normal payout it would have been 36. Instead, he's going to make 27 locked, regardless of what place he finishes. Ivan has guaranteed himself 55,900. Deck has guaranteed himself 58,600 for the deal. So those are the ICM details. Once again, Deck 58K, Ivan 55.9, JP about 49,400, and Philip 27K and change.
Seat 2 full. Seat 2 ba? Seat 2.
As far as finishes go, JP Dapat Manalo is the fourth place finisher. And all 4 players have a mega satellite seat with a value of 12,000 to go with all that cash. Now there is a 10% piece of the remaining pie that will go to the champion, 21,200 to be added to the pool. So although Philip has just had the smallest guarantee at 27, he still might come away with 48 in cash. You see the chip stacks here. Ipe is pretty much breathing his last few gulps of air.
Seat 4. Seat 4.
200K in his stack, about 2.5 big blind.
Sabihin na mamaya.
Now that he has to pay a big blind and a big blind ante, he's pretty much might be his last hand. I think both players would do well just to call and check him down. Ivan's certainly going to come in. He should come in calling. Or at least min raise it, get Ipe to put in the last few chips. And up to Deck, he wants to call and check him down. Deck is going to get out of the way.
All in. Seat
Gonna let Ivan take care of this. Ipe must call. Unfortunately, he must call with a hand. He's dealt 2-4 of clubs. Thank goodness they're suited. So now Ipe's tourney life is at risk. But he's already shown for himself. Guaranteed himself 27. Well, there's a 4. That's good news for Ipe, who still stands to double up and keep on slugging here. One club also in play. And Ivan's going to need any of these six outs, three aces or three tens in the deck, or else Ipe will double up, and he does.
Doon na bayan.
And he's still in the running here
Pinakada.
for the
Dumoto ng tao.
trophy and the extra cash set aside. Yeah, not much. That doesn't move the needle too much. She's still just sitting on 4.5 bigs. Still gonna look like between Ivan and Deck as they likely will move on to the heads-up finale of this final table. Because just playing spoiler at this point. Fisherman Mark did predict an Ivan versus Ipe heads up. It's a long shot, but it could happen. That Cruz with 8-6 on the dealer button. That's got a new lease on life. You might want to fold and let Ipe just shove into Ivan. Instead, Deck is raising to 200.
Sit 6
That's going to get out of the way. And Ivan will give this one up as well.
Sit 1 fold.
Be an easy 200K for Deck, who's really timed his aggression and the increase thereof at,
Grabe na paghihirap ko no, tol.
at the right
Kaya
time.
kaninang alas 2. Diba?
I just said he's been short stacked since 2 p.m. That means he's been short stacked for 11 hours.
Sit 6 fold.
Blind versus blind. Ivan's got king 6 off.
Sit
Pretty much
1
out chips everybody.
Sit, sit 2
250 Deck goes all in right over the top of him. Beat him to the middle. Ivan gives it up. And more dead money for Deck Cruz. He closes in. Closes that gap on Ivan. Well, it's still the spoiler between them. Sitting on 320K. Now Ivan's on the button.
Anak.
Gets posted a BB and a BB ante. That's a lot considering his stack. He's on the respirator still.
Lolo ka?
Oo.
Okay, looks like it's no look.
4-9.
Next, we got Jack 6 offsuit. Best says he has 4-9. Looks like, 2-9.
Jacket 9 versus all game and Bruce Live with the power of 9.
That looks like he's in a good position to double up yet again and try to be significant here. Jack 6 for Deck, only one overcard to the 9s. Treating life at risk once again, but he's in great shape until the Jack shows up on the flop. Way to spoil the party, sir. Now Ipe's struggling. Gonna try to grab one of the two remaining 9s from the deck. Will it come on the turn?
Teka, may liver.
No, sir. And now he's got to river one of these red 9s, or else he is out. And this will be the river, and it does not help. Ipe is out. Philip by there, out in third place. Somebody predicted a Jack would come, and it did. And then there were two, and the chip stacks are dead even, 2.3 million each. The last two out of the 307. No more breaks. They will just keep playing. Gonna get a chip hunt to be sure, but it looks like they're dead even. See them stacked neatly there. A stack of the gray ones is 200K. A stack of the pink ones is 1 million. So you can see that deck has 2.3 million and an 10K chip,
2.3.
2310. And what could be 2260.
2. 2.2, 2. Oh, 600
Two,
plus 400. Pareho kayo na stock?
2310. Exactly the same stack. How often does that happen? I don't think I've ever seen this. Exactly the same stack as we go heads up. Not virtually even, dead even. It's exactly even. That's crazy. Well, blinds are 40, 80, 80. Gentlemen are a very healthy stack now. More than 20 bigs each. So this could take a while. And we're now heads up, looking for a champion. Both players have guaranteed cash, courtesy of the deal. Deck is guaranteed 58,600 and change. Ivan's guaranteed 55,900 and change. And they're playing for an extra 21,240
Ikaw, in between 3 and 4. Dito ka banda
champion.
sa
They're
Parang
gonna
maganda
change
yun.
seats so we can see them both.
Sit ang ano mo ba? Pero 7 yung RFID mo, Sir Ivan, ha? Sa? 7 ka.
So Ivan will move to seat 7 and put his cards on the box for seat 7 over there. Deck Cruz moves to seat 3.5. And we'll begin this heads up right quick. Wow, dead even. And stacks are healthy. This could be epic. Waiting a signal from the technical crew that they are done processing these seat changes.
Masculine run for 1020 is proceed 304.
Okay na.
All right, here we go.
Bali 3-7 ko.
Seat 3 versus Seat 7. Seat 3 has Deck Cruz, who was sitting as chip leader when we entered the final table. Still here.
Oh, 7.
And then a man I call the Invisible Ivan, who was in seat 1 the whole time,
8 ang
really
RFID
picking
niya.
his spots,
Ito yung RFID niya.
and then picked a great time to get active and move on up. And now here he is in seat 7, one of the 2 potential champions of this weekend special. Deck has the small blind. Ivan has the big blind.
Okay na, sir.
Average tayo kaya pare.
All good to go.
Hindi nga eh. Wala no? 3 something, di ba? 3 million, di ba? Pero yung average 2.3.
Hindi, nagsama na daw chips.
Di ba 3.1 kami pare? 2.3 lang ako. 2.3 lang? Ah, 2.3. 2.2 lang ako. 2.3 lang. Okay, okay.
Raise 250, seat 8.
Ace 3 of spades for Deck. This is hand number 73.
Seat 8 gold.
Ivan gives it up, and Deck draws first blood. Button will move to Ivan. Deck will have to put back everything you want back in the middle. That's the problem with heads up. If you don't get your opponent to call a raise, and you're just winning his blind and ante, then the very next hand, you don't even get to put that in front of you. You just put it right back in front of the dealer for a gain of nothing.
Okay na.
Through in the back, just making sure the system is keeping up with this, with the seat change. And there we go. Those figures are rounded off. Deck is closer to 2.4 than he is to 2.5. Ivan's on the button, Jack 4 of hearts. And
Sit 8, raise.
now he's really going to show a wider poker game.
Sit 3
He's
call.
done just sitting around and being invisible. He's now here to try to win the whole thing. Deck will defend with 6-5 offsuit in the big blind. Here comes the flop.
Sit 3
Jack
check.
4 against 6-5. Deck has 6-5. Flop is ace 7-8. Both
Sit 3
players have
check.
missed, but Deck in a big way has hit this. He's got
Sit
the
8,
open
bet
ender,
240.
13 outs, including his pair outs. Ivan has c-betted. He's continued betting into this. And of course,
Sit 3 all in.
Deck might play this very aggressively. There he is. Check raise all in. Ivan has to get right out of there. More dead money back into the hands of Deck Cruz. 2 for 2 so far in their heads up battle. Board that did favor Deck. Even though the ace was showing, Deck was willing to move all in on that one. There's about 4.6 total chips in play, so more likely Deck has a shade over 2.9.
Big blind.
Ivan has a big blind here. Deck is going to open close to 100% of his hands.
Sit 3 call.
It's a matter of calling or raising. This one is a call. Ivan has the option to see a flop for free. Checks it, and here comes the flop. Ivan has Jack 8 off. Deck has 10 deuce off. And the flop has 5 ace ace rainbow on it.
8
First
call.
one to bet wins.
100. 8 call.
And that man is Deck Cruz. 3 pots in a row. Deck is trying to pitch a shutout here against his heads-up opponent. They're not all pre-flop wins. They have been raised pots. From Ivan's on the button, Jack 5 of diamonds. He too will be raising close
8
or
call.
playing close to 100% of his hands.
Check.
Calls that. Deck checks his option. And let's see if the flop continues to be on his side.
8 3 check.
Wow, 7-9 queen. Another open ender for Deck. This time Ivan checks it behind. Now actions on Deck on the turn. The queen is paired. Deck leads out, and Ivan's going to give this up.
8 check. 8 call. 8 call.
4-0, Deck Cruz. As Ivan cannot hit any of Deck's pitches. On to hand 76. Actually, this is hand 77. Hand 76 just ended. We see Deck grinding out his opponent. 4 pots in a row. And he's going to try for a 5th one. Never mind the hand. 7-4 offsuit. Garbage, but Deck's got the button. He's got momentum. He makes it a 190 to go. Ivan has 6 deuce. He will defend with it, but how far can he go with 6 deuce offsuit? Both gentlemen have awful hands, so this will be all about position, and Deck has the position.
Ayaw talaga.
Two, three, four, a hit for both. This could hurt. Ivan hit the bottom pair. He might think it's good against a lot of Broadway cards. Deck hit the four.
3 bet 300.
So Deck Cruz bet 300 into this. Ivan can call one street.
8 all in.
Well, he's going to hang himself on this. There's the deuce. There's the four. Deck is ahead with a pair of fours. And he has Ivan covered. This could be it. This could be the winning hand for Deck Cruz.
Our final two players.
Ivan Lato defended his big blind with 6-2 offsuit.
Daniel.
Flop went 2-3-4. He hit the deuce and decided to go all in with it.
4.
Deck's obliging him. He's going to war with 7-4 offsuit, having hit the four on this flop.
With a gut shot straight draw.
9 outs for Ivan. The gut shots to the straight
Ivan has the lowest
or
score,
anything for trip
330.
deuce or two pairs with a 6.
Third,
He will not get there yet. It's two pairs now for Ivan, but now additional outs. Spade outs for Ivan. He can hit a spade to double up here.
review.
The shoe is on the other foot. Will it be a spade, a deuce, a 6, or a 5? It's a 5. Ivan has done it. He has reversed all the hard work that Deck has put in. Deck started off 4-0. Looked like it was going to pitch a shutout all the way to the end of this match, but instead Ivan has recovered in one go and is now ahead 2.8 to 1.8, just like that.
1.1.
I mean, imagine if not for that 5 coming, or any spade, or any 2, or any 6, Deck would have crushed this heads up in 5 straight wins in 5 straight hands. Instead, back to the drawing board as Ivan has retaken the lead. Well, there won't be a picture of Deck Cruz holding 7-4 offsuit, which would have been his championship hand. It's not going to happen. Did not happen that way. And we're back to the drawing board here. Both gentlemen with relatively healthy stacks. 18 bigs is the effective stack. The blinds are up 50, 100 with a 100 BB ante. And Deck is in the big blind having to post 200. We got Ivan on the button.
Fine.
New lease on life, and now the chip lead.
Raise 300, sit 8.
He's made it 3x, raises to 300.
Blinds up now.
Deck is going to call and defend. We don't see what they have yet, but it's been raised to 300. Deck defends 600 in the pot, 700 counting the ante. Oh my goodness. Ivan has pocket jacks. Deck Cruz has 10-3 offsuit. If Deck hits a 10, he's in for a world of hurt.
Sit 3 check.
Well, he's hit the 10, but there's an ace that might slow both players down. Let's see if Deck will hang himself on this 10.
Sit 8 all in.
Well, Ivan decides Deck can't possibly have an ace. And Deck decides Ivan can't possibly have an ace either. Both players are correct, but the pocket jacks are ahead of the 10 here. And this time, Deck Cruz, who looked like he was poised to win it all with a shutout, is now all in for his tournament life with an inferior pair of pins against the pocket jacks of Ivan. The man I called Invisible Ivan might turn out
And spade.
to be Invincible Ivan as he is poised to win the championship here. He could win it all right now. 5 outs for Deck. That's not one of them. And now an open-ender for Ivan. As if it mattered.
Ivan.
Deck needs a 10 or a 3 or this is over.
Let's see the river.
We're going to see the river now. And it's over! Ivan even rivers straight for good measure. Ivan Lato is the champion of this Metro Weekend special. Deck Cruz in second. Both players, of course, have their
And congratulations
Mega
to
satellite
our
seats
biggest
with their
winner,
cash.
400,000.
Ivan Lato takes a total of
Mr. Ivan
close to 77,000 for his trouble. And this is how we finish this final table stream, and we'll see you next week for another one. Thank you and good morning.
Aray ko naman!